Section 1 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton, of Profit and Honesty. No man is free from speaking foolish things, but the worst on't is when a man labors to play the fool. Nae iste magno conatu magnas nugas dixerit. Truly he, with a great effort, will shortly say a mighty trifle. Terence, Heauton Timarumenos, Act 3, Scene 4. This does not concern me. Mine slip from me with as little care as they are of little value, and 'tis the better for them. I would presently part with them for what they are worth, and neither buy nor sell them, but as they weigh. I speak on paper, as I do to the first person I meet, and that this is true, observe what follows. To whom ought not treachery to be hateful, when Tiberius refused it in a thing of so great importance to him? He had word sent to him from Germany that if he thought fit, they would rid him of Arminius by poison. This was the most potent enemy the Romans had, who had defeated them so ignominiously under Varus, and who alone prevented their aggrandizement in those parts. He returned answer that the people of Rome were wont to revenge themselves of their enemies by open ways, and with their swords in their hands, and not clandestinely and by fraud, wherein he quitted the profitable for the honest. You will tell me that he was a braggadocio. I believe so too, and 'tis no great miracle in men of his profession. But the acknowledgment of virtue is not less valid in the mouth of him who hates it, forasmuch as truth forces it from him, and if he will not inwardly receive it, he at least puts it on for a decoration. Our outward and inward structure is full of imperfection, but there's nothing useless in nature, not even inutility itself. Nothing has insinuated itself into this universe that has not therein some fit and proper place. Our being is cemented with sickly qualities. Ambition, jealousy, envy, revenge, superstition, and despair have so natural a possession in us that its image is discerned in beasts, nay, and cruelty, so unnatural a vice. For even in the midst of compassion we feel within, I know not what tart sweet titillation of ill-natured pleasure in seeing others suffer, and the children feel it. Suave mari magno, turbantibus aequor ventis, e terra magnum alterius spectare laborem. It is sweet, when the winds disturb the waters of the vast sea, to witness from land the peril of other persons. Lucretius 2:1. Of the seeds of which qualities whoever should divest man would destroy the fundamental conditions of human life. Likewise, in all governments there are necessary offices, not only abject, but vicious also. Vices there help to make up the seam in our piecing, as poisons are useful for the conservation of health. If they become excusable because they are of use to us, and that the common necessity covers their true qualities, we are to resign this part to the strongest and boldest citizens, who sacrifice their honor and conscience, as others of old sacrificed their lives, for the good of their country. We, who are weaker, take upon us parts both that are more easy and less hazardous. The public weal requires that men should betray and lie and massacre. Let us leave this commission to men who are more obedient and more supple. In earnest, I have often been troubled to see judges, by fraud and false hopes of favor or pardon, allure a criminal to confess his fact, and therein to make use of cozenage and impudence. It would become justice, and Plato himself, who countenances this manner of proceeding, to furnish me with other means more suitable to my own liking. This is a malicious kind of justice, and I look upon it as no less wounded by itself than by others. I said not long ago to some company in discourse that I should hardly be drawn to betray my prince for a particular man, who should be much ashamed to betray any particular man for my prince. And I do not only hate deceiving myself, but that any one should deceive through me. I will neither afford matter nor occasion to any such thing. In the little I have had to mediate betwixt our princes, in the divisions and subdivisions by which we are at this time torn to pieces, I have been very careful that they should neither be deceived in me nor deceive others by me. People of that kind of trading are very reserved, and pretend to be the most moderate imaginable, and nearest to the opinions of those with whom they have to do. I expose myself in my stiff opinion, and after a method the most my own, a tender negotiator, a novice, who had rather fail in the affair than be wanting to myself. And yet it has been hitherto with so good luck, for fortune has doubtless the best share in it, that few things have passed from hand to hand with less suspicion or more favour and privacy. I have a free and open way, that easily insinuates itself and obtains belief with those with whom I am to deal at the first meeting. Sincerity and pure truth, in what age soever, pass for current. And besides, the liberty and freedom of a man who treats without any interest of his own is never hateful or suspected, and he may very well make use of the answer of Hyperides to the Athenians, who complained of his blunt way of speaking. Messieurs, do not consider whether or no I am free, but whether I am so without a bribe or without any advantage to my own affairs. My liberty of speaking has also easily cleared me from all suspicion of dissembling by its vehemency, leaving nothing unsaid, how home and bitter soever, so that I could have said no worse behind their backs, and in that it carried along with it a manifest show of simplicity and indifference. I pretend to no other fruit by acting than to act, and add to it no long arguments or propositions. Every action plays its own game, win if it can. As to the rest, I am not swayed by any passion, either of love or hatred, towards the great, nor has my will captivated either by particular injury or obligation. I look upon our kings with an affection simply loyal and respectful, neither prompted nor restrained by any private interest, and I love myself for it. Nor does the general and just cause attract me otherwise than with moderation and without heat. I am not subject to those penetrating and close compacts and engagements. Anger and hatred are beyond the duty of justice, and are passions only useful to those who do not keep themselves strictly to their duty by simple reason. Utatur motu animi, qui uti ratione non potest. He may employ his passion who can make no use of his reason. Cicero Tusculanae Quaestiones 4:25. All legitimate intentions are temperate and equable of themselves. If otherwise, they degenerate into seditious and unlawful. This it is which makes me walk everywhere with my head erect, my face and my heart open. In truth, and I am not afraid to confess it, I should easily, in case of need, hold up one candle to St. Michael and another to his dragon, like the old woman. I will follow the right side even to the fire, but exclusively if I can. Let Montaigne be overwhelmed in the public ruin if need be, but if there be no need, I should think myself obliged to fortune to save me, and I will make use of all the length of line my duty allows for his preservation. Was it not Atticus who, being of the just but losing side, preserved himself by his moderation in that universal shipwreck of the world, amongst so many mutations and diversities? For private man, as he was, it is more easy, and in such kind of work, I think a man may justly not be ambitious to offer and insinuate himself. For a man indeed to be wavering and irresolute, to keep his affection unmoved and without inclination in the troubles of his country and public divisions, I neither think it handsome nor honest. Ea non media, sed nulla via est, velit eventum expectantium quo fortunae consilia sua applicant. That is not a middle way, but no way, to await events by which they refer their resolutions to fortune. Livy 32:21. This may be allowed in our neighbours' affairs, and thus Gelo, the tyrant of Syracuse, suspended his inclination in the war betwixt the Greeks and barbarians, keeping a resident ambassador with presence at Delphos to watch and see which way fortune would incline, and then take fit occasion to fall in with the victors. It would be a kind of treason to proceed after this manner in our own domestic affairs, wherein a man must of necessity be of the one side or the other. Though for a man who has no office or express command to call him out to sit still, I hold it more excusable, and yet I do not excuse myself upon these terms, than in foreign expeditions, to which, however, according to our laws, no man is pressed against his will. And yet even those who wholly engage themselves in such a war may behave themselves with such temper and moderation that the storm may fly over their heads without doing them any harm. Had we not reason to hope such an issue in the person of the late Bishop of Orleans, the Sieur de Morvilliers? And I know, amongst those who behave themselves most bravely in the present war, some whose manners are so gentle, obliging, and just, that they will certainly stand firm, whatever event Heaven is preparing for us. I am of opinion that it properly belongs to kings only to quarrel with kings, and I laugh at those spirits who, out of lightness of heart, lend themselves to so disproportioned disputes. For a man has never the more particular quarrel with a prince by marching openly and boldly against him for his own honour and according to his duty. If he does not love such a person, he does better, he esteems him. And notably, the cause of the laws and of the ancient government of a kingdom has this always annexed to it, that even those who, for their own private interest, invade them, excuse if they do not honour the defenders. But are we not, as we nowadays do, to call peevishness and inward discontent that spring from private interest and passion, duty, nor treacherous and malicious conduct, courage? They call their proneness to mischief and violence zeal. 'Tis not the cause, but their interest that inflames them. They kindle and begin a war, not because it is just, but because it is a war. A man may very well behave himself commodiously and loyally, too, amongst those of the adverse party. Carry yourself, if not with the same equal affection, for that is capable of different measure, at least with an affection moderate, well-tempered, and such as shall not so engage you to one party, that it may demand all you are able to do for that side. Content yourself with a moderate proportion of their favor and goodwill, and to swim in troubled waters without fishing in them. The other way, of offering a man's self and the utmost service he is able to do, both to one party and the other, has still less of prudence in it than conscience. Does not he to whom you betray another, to whom you were as welcome as to himself, know that you will at another time do as much for him? He holds you for a villain, and in the meantime hears what you will say, gathers intelligence from you, and works his own ends out of your disloyalty. Double-dealing men are useful for bringing in, but we must have a care they carry out as little as possible. I say nothing to one party that I may not, upon occasion, say to the other, with a little alteration of accent, and report nothing but things either indifferent or known, or what is of common consequence. I cannot permit myself, for any consideration, to tell a lie. What is entrusted to my secrecy I religiously conceal, but I take as few trusts of that nature upon me as I can. The secrets of princes are a troublesome burthen to such as are not interested in them. I very willingly bargain that they trust me with little, but confidently rely upon what I tell them. I have ever known more than I desired. One open way of speaking introduces another open way of speaking, and draws out discoveries like wine and love. Philippides, in my opinion, answered King Lysimachus very discreetly, who, asking him what of his estate he should bestow upon him, "What you will," said he, "provided it be none of your secrets." I see every one is displeased if the bottom of the affair be concealed from him wherein he is employed, or that there may be any reservation in the thing. For my part, I am content to know no more of the business than what they would have me employ myself in, nor desire that my knowledge should exceed or restrict what I have to say. If I must serve for an instrument of deceit, let it be at least with a safe conscience. I will not be reputed a servant either so affectionate or so loyal as to be fit to betray anyone. He who is unfaithful to himself is excusably so to his master, but they are princes who do not accept men by halves, and despise limited and conditional services. I cannot help it. I frankly tell them how far I can go, for a slave I should not be, but to reason, and I can hardly submit even to that. And they also are to blame to exact from a free man the same subjection and obligation to their service that they do from him they have made and bought, or whose fortune particularly and expressly depends upon theirs. The laws have delivered me from a great anxiety. They have chosen a side for me, and given me a master. All other superiority and obligation ought to be relative to that, and cut off from all other. Yet this is not to say that if my affection should otherwise incline me, my hand should presently obey it. The will and desire are a law to themselves, but actions must receive commission from the public appointment. All this proceeding of mine is a little dissonant from the ordinary forms. It would produce no great effects, nor be of any long duration. Innocence itself could not, in this age of ours, either negotiate without dissimulation, or traffic without lying. and indeed public employments are by no means for my palate. What my profession requires, I perform after the most private manner that I can. Being young, I was engaged up to the ears in business, and it succeeded well. But I disengaged myself in good time. I have often since avoided meddling in it, rarely accepted and never asked it, keeping my back still turned to ambition. But if not like rowers who so advance backward, yet so at the same time that I am less obliged to my resolution than to my good fortune, that I was not wholly embarked in it. For there are ways less displeasing to my taste and more suitable to my ability, by which, if she had formerly called me to the public service, and my own advancement towards the world's opinion, I know I should, in spite of all my own arguments to the contrary, have pursued them. Such as commonly say, in opposition to what I profess, that what I call freedom, simplicity, and plainness in my manners is art and subtlety, and rather prudence than goodness, industry than nature, good sense than good luck, do me more honour than disgrace. But certainly they make my subtlety too subtle, and whoever has followed me close, and pried narrowly into me, I will give him the victory if he does not confess that there is no rule in their school that could match this natural motion, and maintain an appearance of liberty and license, so equal and inflexible, through so many various and crooked paths, and that all their wit and endeavour could never have led them through. The way of truth is one and simple, that of particular profit, and the commodity of affairs a man is entrusted with is double, unequal, and casual. I have often seen these counterfeit and artificial liberties practised, but for the most part without success. They relish of Aesop's ass, who, in emulation of the dog, obligingly clapped his 2 forefeet upon his master's shoulders, but as many caresses as the dog had for such an expression of kindness, twice so many blows with a cudgel had the poor ass for his compliment. Id maxime decet, quod est quisque suum maxime. That best becomes every man which belongs most to him. Cicero de Officiis 131. I will not deprive deceit of its due. That were but ill to understand the world. I know it has often been of great use, and that it maintains and supplies most of the men's employment. There are vices that are lawful, as there are many actions, either good or excusable, that are not lawful in themselves. The justice which in itself is natural and universal is otherwise and more nobly ordered than that other justice which is special, national, and constrained to the ends of government. Vere juris, Germanaeque justitiae solidam et expressam effigiam nullam tenemus, umbra et imaginibus utimur. We retain no solid and express portraiture of true right and germane justice. We have only the shadow and image of it. Cicero de Officiis 3:17. Insomuch that the sage Daendamus, hearing the lives of Socrates, Pythagoras, and Diogenes read, judged them to be great men every way, excepting that they were too much subjected to the reverence of the laws, which, to second and authorize, true virtue must abate very much of its original vigour. Many vicious actions are introduced not only by their permission, but by their advice. Ex senatus consultus, plebisque sitis scelera exercentur. Crimes are committed by the decrees of the Senate and the popular assembly. Seneca, Epistle 95. I follow the common phrase that distinguishes betwixt profitable and honest things, so as to call some natural actions that are not only profitable but necessary, dishonest and foul. End of section 1. Reading by Malone. Section 2 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton, of Profit and Honesty. But let us proceed in our examples of treachery. Two pretenders to the kingdom of Thrace were fallen into dispute about their title. The emperor hindered them from proceeding to blows, but one of them, under color of bringing things to a friendly issue by an interview, having invited his competitor to an entertainment in his own house, imprisoned and killed him. Justice required that the Romans should have satisfaction for this offense, but there was a difficulty in obtaining it by ordinary ways. What, therefore, they could not do legitimately, without war and without danger, they resolved to do by treachery, and what they could not honestly do they did profitably, for which end one Pomponius Flaccus was found to be a fit instrument. This man, by dissembled words and assurances, having drawn the other into his toils, instead of the honor and favor he had promised him, sent him bound hand and foot to Rome. Here one traitor betrayed another, contrary to common custom, for they are full of mistrust, and 'tis hard to overreach them in their own art. Witness the sad experience we have had lately. Let who will be Pomponius Flaccus, and there are enough who would. For my part, both my word and my faith are, like all the rest, parts of this common body. Their best effect is the public service. This I take for presupposed. But should one command me to take charge of the courts of law and lawsuits, I should make answer that I understood it not. Or the place of a leader of pioneers, I would say that I was called to a more honorable employment. So likewise, he that would employ me to lie, betray, and forswear myself, though not to assassinate or to poison, for some notable service, I should say, if I have robbed or stolen anything from any man, send me rather to the gallows. For it is permissible in a man of honor to say, as the Lacedaemonians did, having been defeated by Antipater, when just upon concluding an agreement, you may impose as heavy and ruinous taxes upon us as you please, but to command us to do shameful and dishonest things, you will lose your time, for it is to no purpose. Every one ought to make the same vow to himself that the kings of Egypt made their judges solemnly swear, that they would not do anything contrary to their consciences, though never so much commanded to it by themselves. In such commissions there is evident mark of ignominy and condemnation, and he who gives it at the same time accuses you, and gives it, if you understand it right, for a burden and a punishment. As much as the public affairs are bettered by your exploit, so much are your own the worse, and the better you behave yourself in it, 'tis so much the worse for yourself. And it will be no new thing, nor peradventure without some colour of justice, if the same person ruin you who set you on work. If treachery can be in any case excusable, it must be only so when it is practised to chastise and betray treachery. There are examples enough of treacheries, not only rejected, but chastised and punished by those in favour of whom they were undertaken. who was ignorant of Fabricius' sentence against the physician of Pyrrhus. But this we also find recorded, that some persons have commanded a thing, who afterward have severely avenged the execution of it upon him they had employed, rejecting the reputation of so unbridled an authority, and disowning so abandoned and base a servitude and obedience. Jaropelk, Duke of Russia, tampered with a gentleman of Hungary to betray Boleslaus, King of Poland, either by killing him or by giving the Russians opportunity to do him some notable mischief. This worthy went ably to work. He was more assiduous than before in the service of that king, so that he obtained the honour to be of his council, and one of the chiefest in his trust. With these advantages, and taking an opportune occasion of his master's absence, he betrayed Vyazovka, a great and rich city, to the Russians, which was entirely sacked and burned, and not only all the inhabitants of both sexes, young and old, put to the sword, but moreover a great number of neighbouring gentry, whom he had drawn thither to that end. Jaropelk, his revenge being thus satisfied and his anger appeased, which was not indeed without pretence, for Boleslaus had highly offended him, and after the same manner, and sated with the fruit of this treachery, coming to consider the fullness of it, with a sound judgment and clear from passion, looked upon what had been done with so much horror and remorse that he caused the eyes to be bored out and the tongue and shameful parts to be cut off of him who had performed it. Antigonus persuaded Argyraspides to betray Eumenes, their general, his adversary, into his hands. But after he had caused him, so delivered, to be slain, he would himself be the commissioner of the divine justice for the punishment of so detestable a crime, and committed them into the hands of the governor of the province, with express command, by whatever means, to destroy and bring them all to an evil end, so that of that great number of men not so much as one ever returned again into Macedonia. The better he had been served, the more wickedly he judged it to be, and meriting greater punishment. The slave who betrayed the place where his master Publius Sulpicius lay concealed was, according to the promise of Sylla's prescription, manumitted for his pains, but according to the promise of the public justice, which was free from any such engagement, he was thrown headlong from the Tarpeian rock. Our King Clovis, instead of the arms of gold he had promised them, caused 3 of Carrari's servants to be hanged after they had betrayed their master to him, though he had debauched them to it. He hanged them with the purse of their reward about their necks. After having satisfied his second and special faith, he satisfied the general and first. Mohammed II, having resolved to rid himself of his brother out of jealousy of state, according to the practice of the Ottoman family, he employed one of his officers in the execution, who, pouring a quantity of water too fast into him, choked him. This being done, to expiate the murder, he delivered the murderer into the hands of the mother of him he had so caused to be put to death, for they were only brothers by the father's side. She, in his presence, ripped up the murderer's bosom, and with her own hands rifled his breast for his heart, tore it out, and threw it to the dogs. And even to the worst people it is the sweetest thing imaginable, having once gained their end by a vicious action, to foist, in all security, into it some show of virtue and justice, as by way of compensation and conscientious correction. To which may be added that they look upon the ministers of such horrid crimes as upon men who reproach them with them, and think by their deaths to erase the memory and testimony of such proceedings. Or if, perhaps, you are rewarded, not to frustrate the public necessity for that extreme and desperate remedy. He who does it cannot for all that, if he be not such himself, but look upon you as an accursed and execrable fellow, and conclude you a greater traitor than he does, against whom you are so. For he tries the malignity of your disposition by your own hands, where he cannot possibly be deceived, you having no object of preceding hatred to move you to such an act. But he employs you as they do condemned malefactors in executions of justice, an office as necessary as dishonorable. Besides the baseness of such commissions, there is moreover a prostitution of conscience. Seeing that the daughter of Sejanus could not be put to death by the law of Rome because she was a virgin, she was, to make it lawful, first ravaged by the hangman and then strangled. Not only his hand but his soul is slave to the public convenience. When Amurath I, more grievously to punish his subjects, who had taken part in the parricide rebellion of his son, ordained that their nearest kindred should assist in the execution, I find it very handsome in some of them to have rather chosen to be unjustly thought guilty of the parricide of another, than to serve justice by a parricide of their own. And where I have seen, at the taking of some little fort by assault in my time, some rascals who, to save their own lives, would consent to hang their friends and companions, I have looked upon them to be of worse condition than those who were hanged. 'Tis said that Witold, Prince of Lithuania, introduced into the nation the practice that the criminal condemned to death should with his own hand execute the sentence, thinking it strange that a third person, innocent of the fault, should be made guilty of homicide. A prince, when by some urgent circumstance or some impetuous and unforeseen accident that very much concerns his state, compelled to forfeit his word and break his faith, or otherwise forced from his ordinary duty, ought to attribute this necessity to a lash of the divine rod. Vice it is not, for he has given up his own reason to a more universal and more powerful reason. But certainly 'tis a misfortune, so that if any one should ask me what remedy, none, say I, if he were really racked between these two extremes. He must do it if he did it without regret. If he did not weigh on him to do it, 'tis a sign his conscience is in a sorry condition. If there be a person to be found of so tender a conscience as to think no cure whatever worth so important a remedy, I shall like him never the worse. He could not more excusably or more decently perish. We cannot do all we would, so that we must often, as the last anchorage, commit the protection of our vessels to the simple conduct of heaven. To what more just necessity does he reserve himself? What is less possible for him to do than what he cannot do but at the expense of his faith and honor, things that perhaps ought to be dearer to him than his own safety, or even the safety of his people? Though he should, with folded arms, only call God to his assistance, has he not reason to hope that the divine goodness will not refuse the favor of an extraordinary arm to just and pure hands? These are dangerous examples, rare and sickly exceptions to our natural rules. We must yield to them, but with great moderation and circumspection. No private utility is of such importance that we should upon that account strain our consciences to such a degree. The public may be, when very manifest, and of very great concern. Timoleon made a timely expiation for his strange exploit by the tears he shed, calling to mind that it was with a fraternal hand that he had slain the tyrant, and it justly pricked his conscience that he had been necessitated to purchase the public utility at so great a price as the violation of his private morality. Even the Senate itself, by his means delivered from slavery, durst not positively determine of so high a fact, and divided into two so important and contrary aspects. But the Syracusans, sending at the same time to the Corinthians to solicit their protection, and to require of them a captain fit to re-establish their city in its former dignity, and to clear Sicily of several little tyrants by whom it was oppressed, they deputed Timoleon for that service with this cunning declaration, that according as he should behave himself will or ill in his employment, their sentence should incline either to favor the deliverer of his country, or to disfavor the murderer of his brother. This fantastic conclusion carries along with it some excuse, by reason of the danger of the example, and the importance of so strange an action, and they did well to discharge their own judgment of it, and to refer it to others who were not so much concerned. But Timoleon's comportment in this expedition soon made his cause more clear, so worthily and virtuously he demeaned himself upon all occasions, and the good fortune that accompanied him and the difficulties he had to overcome in this noble employment seemed to be strewed in his way by the gods, favorably conspiring for his justification. The end of this matter is excusable, if any can be so, but the profit of the augmentation of the public revenue that served the Roman Senate for a pretense to the foul conclusion I am going to relate is not sufficient to warrant any such injustice. Certain cities had redeemed themselves and their liberty by money, by the order and consent of the Senate, out of the hands of Lucius Sulla. The business coming again in question, the Senate condemned them to be taxable as they were before, and that the money they had disbursed for their redemption should be lost to them. Civil war often produces such villainous examples, that we punish private men for confiding in us when we were public ministers, and the selfsame magistrate makes another man pay the penalty of his change that has nothing to do with it. The pedagogue whips his scholar for his docility, and the guide beats the blind man whom he leads by the hand, a horrid image of justice. There are rules in philosophy that are both false and weak. The example that is proposed to us for preferring private utility before faith given has not weight enough by the circumstances they put to it. Robbers have seized you, and after having made you swear to pay them a certain sum of money, dismiss you. 'Tis not well done to say that an honest man can be quit of his oath without payment, being out of their hands. 'Tis no such thing. What fear has once made me willing to do, I am obliged to do it when I am no longer in fear. And though that fear only prevailed with my tongue without forcing my will, yet I am bound to keep my word. For my part, when my tongue has sometimes inconsiderately said something that I did not think, I have made a conscience of disavowing it. Otherwise, by degrees, we shall abolish all the right another derives from our promises and oaths. Quasi vero forti vero vis possit adhibere, as though a man of true courage could be compelled. Cicero de Officiis 3:30. And 'tis only lawful, upon the account of private interest, to excuse breach of promise, when we have promised something that is unlawful and wicked in itself. For the right of virtue ought to take place of the right of any obligation of ours. I have formerly placed Epaminondas in the first rank of excellent men, and do not repent it. How high did he stretch the consideration of his own particular duty, he who never killed a man whom he had overcome, who, for the inestimable benefit of restoring the liberty of his country, made conscience of killing a tyrant, or his accomplices, without due form of justice, and who concluded him to be a wicked man, how good a citizen soever otherwise, who amongst his enemies in battle spared not his friend and his guest. This was a soul of a rich composition. He married goodness and humanity, nay, even the tenderest and most delicate in the whole school of philosophy, to the roughest and most violent human actions. Was it nature or art that had intenerated that great courage of his, so full, so obstinate, against pain and death and poverty, to such an extreme degree of sweetness and compassion? Dreadful in arms and blood, he overran and subdued a nation invincible by all others but by him alone, and yet, in the heat of an encounter, could turn aside from his friend and guest. Certainly he was fit to command in war who could so rein himself with the curb of good nature in the height and heat of his fury, a fury inflamed and foaming with blood and slaughter. 'Tis a miracle to be able to mix any image of justice with such violent actions, and it was only possible for such a steadfastness of mind as that of Epaminondas therein to mix sweetness and the facility of the gentlest manners and purest innocence. And whereas one told the Mamertini that statues were of no efficacy against armed men, and another told the tribune of the people that the time of justice and of war were distinct things, and a third said that the noise of arms deafened the voice of laws, this man was not precluded from listening to the laws of civility and pure courtesy. Had he not borrowed from his enemies the custom of sacrificing to the Muses when he went to war, that they might by their sweetness and gaiety soften his martial and rigorous fury? Let us not fear, by the example of so great a master, to believe that there is something unlawful, even against an enemy, and that the common concern ought not to require all things of all men against private interest. Manente memoria, etiam in desidio publicorum foederam privati juris. The memory of private right remaining even amid public dissensions. Livy 25:18. Et nulla potentia vires praestandi ne quid pecet amicus habet. No power on earth can sanction treachery against a friend. Ovid de Ponto 1:7-37. And that all things are not lawful to an honest man for the service of his prince, the laws, or the general quarrel. Non enim patria praestat omnibus officiis, et ipsi conducit pios habere cives in parentes. The duty to one's country does not supersede all other duties. The country itself requires that its citizens should act piously toward their parents. Cicero De Officiis 3:23. 'Tis an instruction proper for the time wherein we live. We need not harden our courage with these arms of steel. 'Tis enough that our shoulders are inured to them. 'Tis enough to dip our pens in ink without dipping them in blood. If it be grandeur of courage, and the effect of a rare and singular virtue, to contemn friendship, private obligations, a man's word and relationship, for the common good and obedience to the magistrate, 'tis certainly sufficient to excuse us that 'tis a grandeur that can have no place in the grandeur of Epaminondas' courage. I abominate those mad exhortations of this other discomposed soul. Dum te lamicant, non vos pietatis amigo olla, nec adversa conspecti fronte parentes commoveant, voltus gladio turbate verendos. While swords glitter, let no idea of piety nor the face even of father presented to you move you. Mutilate with your sword the venerable features. Lucan 7:320. Let us deprive wicked, bloody, and treacherous natures of such a pretense of reason. Let us set aside this guilty and extravagant justice, and stick to more human imitations. How great things can time and example do! In an encounter of the civil war against Cinna, One of Pompey's soldiers, having unawares killed his brother, who was of the contrary party, he immediately, for shame and sorrow, killed himself. And some years after, in another civil war of the same people, a soldier demanded a reward of his officer for having killed his brother. A man but ill proves the honor and beauty of an action by its utility, and very erroneously concludes that everyone is obliged to it, and that it becomes everyone to do it if it be of utility. Omnia non pariter rerum sunt omnibus apta. All things are not equally fit for all men. Propertius 3:9-7. Let us take that which is most necessary and profitable for human society. It will be marriage, and yet the counsel of the saints find the contrary much better, excluding from it the most venerable vocation of man, as we design those horses for stallions of which we have the least esteem. End of section 2. Reading by Malone. Section 3 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of repentance. Others form man, I only report him, and represent a particular one, ill-fashioned enough, and whom, if I had to model him anew, I should certainly make something else than what he is, but that's past recalling. Now, though the features of my picture alter and change, 'tis not, however, unlike. The world eternally turns round. All things therein are incessantly moving, the earth, the rocks of Caucasus, and the pyramids of Egypt, both by the public motion and their own. Even constancy itself is no other but a slower and more languishing motion. I cannot fix my object. 'Tis always tottering and reeling by a natural giddiness. I take it as it is, at the instant I consider it. I do not paint its being, I paint its passage. Not a passing from one age to another, or, as the people say, from 7 to 7 years, but from day to day, from minute to minute. I must accommodate my history to the hour. I may presently change, not only by fortune, but also by intention. 'Tis a counterpart of various and changeable accidents, and of irresolute imaginations, and, as it falls out, sometimes contrary. Whether it be that I am then another self, or that I take subjects by other circumstances and considerations, so it is that I may peradventure contradict myself. But, as Demades said, I never contradict the truth. Could my soul once take footing, I would not essay, but resolve. But it is always learning and making trial. I propose a life ordinary and without lustre. 'Tis all one. All moral philosophy may as well be applied to a common and private life as to one of richer composition. Every man carries the entire form of human condition. Authors communicate themselves to the people by some especial and extrinsic mark. I, the first of any, by my universal being, as Michel de Montaigne, not as a grammarian, a poet, or a lawyer. If the world find fault that I speak too much of myself, I find fault that they do not so much as think of themselves. But is it reason that, being so particular in my way of living, I should pretend to recommend myself to the public knowledge? And is it also reason that I should produce to the world where art and handling have so much credit and authority, crude and simple effects of nature, and of a weak nature to boot. Is it not to build a wall without stone or brick, or some such thing, to write books without learning and without art? The fancies of music are carried on by art, mine by chance. I have this at least, according to discipline, that never any man treated of a subject he better understood and knew than I what I have undertaken, and that in this I am the most understanding man alive. Secondly, that never any man penetrated farther into his matter, nor better and more distinctly sifted the parts and sequences of it, nor ever more exactly and finally arrived at the end he proposed to himself. To perfect it, I need bring nothing but fidelity to the world, and that is there, and the most pure and sincere that is anywhere to be found. I speak truth, not so much as I would, but as much as I dare, and I dare a little the more as I grow older. For methinks custom allows to age more liberty of prating and more indiscretion of talking of a man's self. That cannot fall out here, which I often see elsewhere, that the work and the artificer contradict one another. Can a man of such sober conversation have written so foolish a book? Or, do so learned writings proceed from a man of so weak conversation? He who talks at a very ordinary rate, and writes rare matter, 'tis to say that his capacity is borrowed, and not his own. A learned man is not learned in all things, but a sufficient man is sufficient throughout, even to ignorance itself. Here my book and I go hand in hand together. Elsewhere men may commend or censure the work, without reference to the workman. Here they cannot. Who touches the one touches the other. He who shall judge of it without knowing him will more wrong himself than me. He who does know him gives me all the satisfaction I desire. I shall be happy beyond my desert if I can obtain only thus much from the public approbation, as to make men of understanding perceive that I was capable of profiting by knowledge, had I had it, and had I deserved to have been assisted by a better memory. Be pleased here to excuse what I often repeat, that I very rarely repent, and that my conscience is satisfied with itself, not as the conscience of an angel, or that of a horse, but as the conscience of a man, always adding this clause, not one of ceremony, but a true and real submission, that I speak inquiring and doubting, purely and simply referring myself to the common and accepted beliefs for the resolution. I do not teach, I only relate. There is no vice that is absolutely a vice, which does not offend, and that a sound judgment does not accuse. For there is in it so manifest a deformity and inconvenience, that peradventure they are in the right who say that it is chiefly begotten by stupidity and ignorance. So hard is it to imagine that a man can know without abhorring it. Malice sucks up the greatest part of its own venom, and poisons itself. Vice leaves repentance in the soul like an ulcer in the flesh, which is always scratching and lacerating itself. For reason effaces all other grief and sorrows, but it begets that of repentance, which is so much the more grievous by reason it springs within, as the cold and heat of fevers are more sharp than those that only strike upon the outward skin. I hold for vices, but every one according to its proportion, not only those which reason and nature condemn, but those also which the opinion of men, though false and erroneous, have made such, if authorized by law and custom. There is likewise no virtue which does not rejoice a well-descended nature. There is a kind of, I know not what, congratulation in well-doing that gives us an inward satisfaction, and a generous boldness that accompanies a good conscience. A soul daringly vicious may peradventure arm itself with security, but it cannot supply itself with this complacency and satisfaction. 'Tis no little satisfaction to feel a man's self preserved from the contagion of so depraved an age, and to say to himself, whoever could penetrate into my soul would not there find me guilty either of the affliction or ruin of any one, or of revenge or envy, or any offence against the public laws, or of innovation or disturbance, or failure of my word. And though the license of time permits and teaches every one so to do, yet have I not plundered any Frenchman's goods, or taken his money, and have lived upon what is my own, in war as well as in peace. Neither have I set any man to work without paying him his hire. These testimonies of a good conscience please, and this natural rejoicing is very beneficial to us, and the only reward that we can never fail of. To ground the recompense of virtuous actions upon the approbation of others is too uncertain and unsafe a foundation, especially in so corrupt and ignorant an age as this, wherein the good opinion of the vulgar is injurious. Upon whom do you rely to show you what is recommendable? God defend me from being an honest man, according to the descriptions of honour I see every one make of himself. Quae fuerant vitia, more sunt. Some of my friends have at times schooled and scolded me with great sincerity and plainness, either of their own voluntary motion, or by me entreated to it, to an office which to a well-composed soul surpasses not only in utility, but in kindness, all other offices of friendship. I have always received them with the most open arms, both of courtesy and acknowledgment. But, to say the truth, I have often found so much false measure, both in their reproaches and praises, that I had not done much amiss rather to have done ill than to have done well according to their notions. We who live private lives, not exposed to any other view than our own, ought chiefly to have settled a pattern within ourselves by which to try our actions, and according to that, sometimes to encourage and sometimes to correct ourselves. I have my laws and my judicature to judge of myself, and apply myself more to these than to any other rules. I do, indeed, restrain my actions according to others, but extend them not by any other rule than my own. You yourself only know if you are cowardly and cruel, loyal and devout. Others see you not, and only guess at you by uncertain conjectures, and do not so much see your nature as your art. Rely not, therefore, upon their opinions, but stick to your own. Tuo tibi judicio estu tendum, virtutus et vitiortem grave ipsius conscientiae pondus est, qua sublata jacent omnia. Thou must employ thy own judgments upon thyself. Great is the weight of thy own conscience in the discovery of virtues and vices, which taken away, all things are lost. Cicero, De Natura Deorum 3:35, Tusculanae Quaestiones 1:25. But the saying that repentance immediately follows the sin seems not to have respect to sin in its high estate, which is lodged in us as in its own proper habitation. One may disown and retract the vices that surprise us, and to which we are hurried by passions, but those which by a long habit are rooted in a strong and vigorous will are not subject to contradiction. Repentance is no other but a recanting of the will and an opposition to our fancies, which lead us which way they please. It makes this person disown his former virtue and continency. Quae mens est hodie, cur eadem non puero fuit, vel cur his animis incolumes non rediunt genae. What my mind is, why was it not the same when I was a boy? Or why do not the cheeks return to these feelings? Horace, Odes 5:10-7. 'Tis an exact life that maintains itself in due order in private. Every one may juggle his part and represent an honest man upon the stage, but within, and in his own bosom, where all may do as they list, where all is concealed, to be regular, there's the point. The next degree is to be so in his house and in his ordinary actions, for which we are accountable to none, and where there is no study nor artifice. And therefore Bias, setting forth the excellent state of a private family, says, of which a master is the same within, by his own virtue and temper, that he is abroad, for fear of the laws and report of men. And it was a worthy saying of Julius Drusus to the masons who offered him for 3,000 crowns to put his house in such a posture that his neighbors should no longer have the inspection into it as before. I will give you, said he, 6,000 to make it so that everybody may see into every room. 'Tis honorably recorded of Agesilaus that he used in his journeys always to take up his lodgings in temples, to the end that the people and the gods themselves might pry into his most private actions. Such a one has been a miracle to the world, in whom neither his wife nor servant has ever seen anything so much as remarkable. Few men have been admired by their own domestics. No one was ever a prophet, not merely in his own house, but in his own country, says the experience of histories. 'Tis the same in things of naught, and in this low example the image of a greater is to be seen. In my country of Gascony they look upon it as a drollery to see me in print. The further off I am read from my own home, the better I am esteemed. I purchase printers in Guyenne, elsewhere they purchase me. Upon this it is that they lay their foundations, who conceal themselves present and living, and to obtain a name when they are dead and absent. I had rather have a great deal less in hand, and do not expose myself to the world upon any other account than my present share. When I leave it, I quit the rest. See this functionary, whom the people escort in state, with wonder and applause, to his very door. He puts off the pageant with his robe, and falls so much the lower by how much he was higher exalted. In himself within, all is tumult and degraded. And though all should be regular there, it will require a vivid and well-chosen judgment to perceive it in these low and private actions, to which may be added that order is a dull, sombre virtue. To enter a breach, conduct an embassy, govern a people, are actions of renown. To reprehend, laugh, sell, pay, love, hate, and gently and justly converse with a man's own family and with himself, not to relax, not to give a man's self the lie, is more rare and hard, and less remarkable. By which means retired lives, whatever is said to the contrary, undergo duties of as greater difficulty than the others do. And private men, says Aristotle, serve virtue more painfully and highly than those in authority do. We prepare ourselves for eminent occasions, more out of glory than conscience. The shortest way to arrive at glory would be to do that for conscience which we do for glory, and the virtue of Alexander appears to me of much less vigor in his great theatre than that of Socrates in his mean and obscure employment. I can easily conceive Socrates in the place of Alexander, but Alexander in that of Socrates I cannot. Who shall ask the one what he can do, he will answer, subdue the world. And who shall put the same question to the other, he will say, carry on human life comfortably with its natural condition. A much more general, weighty, and legitimate science than the other. The virtue of the soul does not consist in flying high, but in walking orderly. Its grandeur does not exercise itself in grandeur, but in mediocrity, as they who judge and try us within make no great account of the lustre of our public actions, and see they are only streaks and rays of clear water springing from a slimy and muddy bottom. So likewise they who judge of us by this gallant outward appearance in like manner conclude of our internal constitution, and cannot couple common faculties, and like their own, with the other faculties that astonish them, and are so far out of their sight. Therefore it is that we give such savage forms to demons, and who does not give Tamerlane great eyebrows, wide nostrils, a dreadful visage, and a prodigious stature, according to the imagination he has conceived by the report of his name? Had anyone formerly brought me to Erasmus, I should hardly have believed but that all was adage and apothegm he spoke to his man or his hostess. We much more aptly imagine an artisan upon his clothes-stool, or upon his wife, than a great president, venerable by his port and sufficiency. We fancy that they, from their high tribunals, will not abase themselves so much as to live. As vicious souls are often incited by some foreign impulse to do well, so are virtuous souls to do ill. They are therefore to be judged by their settled state, when they are at home, whenever they may be, and at all events when they are nearer repose and in their native station. Natural inclinations are much assisted and fortified by education, but they seldom alter and overcome their institution. 1,000 natures of my time have escaped towards virtue or vice through a quite contrary discipline. Sic ubi desuetae sylvis in carcere clausae mons suevere ferrae, et vultus possuere minaces, atque hominem didicere pati, si torrida parvus venit in ora cruor, rediunt rabiesque furorque, ad monetaeque tument gustatio sanguine fauces, fervet et a trepido vix obstinat ira magistro. So savage beasts, when shut up in cages and grown accustomed to their woods, have become tame and have laid aside their fierce looks and submit to the rule of man. If again a slight taste of blood comes into their mouths, their rage and fury return. Their jaws are erected by thirst of blood, and their anger scarcely abstains from their trembling masters. Lucan 4:237. These original qualities are not to be rooted out. They may be covered and concealed. The Latin tongue is, as it were, natural to me. I understand it better than French, but I have not been used to speak it, nor hardly to write it, these 40 years, unless upon extreme and sudden emotions, which I have fallen into twice or thrice in my life, and once, seeing my father in perfect health, fall upon me in a swoon. I have always uttered from the bottom of my heart my first words in Latin, nature deafened and forcibly expressing itself in spite of so long a discontinuation, and this example is said of many others. They who in my time have attempted to correct the manners of the world by new opinions reform seeming vices, but the essential vices they leave as they were, if indeed they do not augment them. And augmentation is therein to be feared. We defer all other well-doing upon the account of these external reformations, of less cost and greater show, and thereby expiate good cheap for the other natural, consubstantial, and intestine vices. Look a little into our experience. There is no man, if he listen to himself, who does not in himself discover a particular and governing form of his own, that jostles his education, and wrestles with the tempest of passions that are contrary to it. For my part, I seldom find myself agitated with surprises. I always find myself in my place, as heavy and unwieldy bodies do. If I am not at home, I am always near at hand. My dissipations do not transport me very far. There is nothing strange or extreme in the case, and yet I have sound and vigorous turns. End of section 3. Reading by Malone. Section 4 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Repentance. The true condemnation, and which touches the common practice of men, is that their very retirement itself is full of filth and corruption. The idea of their reformation composed, their repentance sick and faulty, very nearly as much as their sin, some either from having been linked to vice by a natural propension or long practice, cannot see its deformity. Others, of which constitution I am, do indeed feel the weight of vice, but they counterbalance it with pleasure, or some other occasion, and suffer and lend themselves to it for a certain price, but viciously and basely. Yet there might haply be imagined so vast a disproportion of measure, where with justice the pleasure might excuse the sin, as we say of utility, not only if accidental and out of sin, as in thefts, but in the very exercise of sin, or in the enjoyment of women, where the temptation is violent, and 'tis said sometimes not to be overcome. Being the other day at Armagnac, on the estate of a kinsman of mine, I there saw a peasant, who was by every one nicknamed the Thief. He thus related the story of his life, that being born a beggar, and finding that he should not be able, so as to be clear of indigence, to get his living by the sweat of his brow, he resolved to turn thief, and by means of his strength of body had exercised this trade all the time of his youth in great security, for he ever made his harvest and vintage in other men's grounds, but a great way off, and in so great quantities that it was not to be imagined one man could have carried away so much in one night upon his shoulders. And, moreover, he was careful equally to divide and distribute the mischief he did, that the loss was of less importance to every particular man. He is now grown old and rich for a man of his condition, thanks to his trade, which he openly confesses to everyone. And to make his peace with God, he says that he is daily ready by good offices to make satisfaction to the successors of those he has robbed. And if he do not finish, for to do it all at once he is not able, he will then leave it in charge to his heirs to perform the rest, proportionally to the wrong he himself only knows he has done to each. By this description, true or false, this man looks upon theft as a dishonest action and hates it, but less than poverty, and simply repents. But to the extent he has thus recompensed, he repents not. This is not that habit which incorporates us into vice, and conforms even our understanding itself to it. Nor is it that impetuous whirlwind that by gusts troubles and blinds our souls, and for the time precipitates us, judgment and all, into the power of vice. I customarily do what I do thoroughly, and make but one step on it. I have rarely any movement that hides itself and steals away from my reason, and that does not proceed in the matter by the consent of all my faculties, without division or intestine sedition. My judgment is to have all the blame or all the praise, and the blame it once has, it has always, for almost from my infancy it has never been one, the same inclination, the same turn, the same force. And as to universal opinions, I fixed myself from my childhood in the place where I resolved to stick. There are some sins that are impetuous, prompt, and sudden. Let us set them aside. But in these other sins, so often repeated, deliberated, and contrived, whether sins of complexion or sins of profession and vocation, I cannot conceive that they should have so long been settled in the same resolution, unless the same reason and conscience of him who has them be constant to have them, and the repentance he boasts to be inspired with on a sudden is very hard for me to imagine or form. I follow not the opinion of the Pythagorean sect, that men take up a new soul when they repair to the images of the gods to receive their oracles, unless he mean that it must needs be extrinsic, new, and lent for the time, our own showing so little sign of purification and cleanness fit for such an office. They act quite contrary to the Stoical precepts, which do indeed command us to correct the imperfections and vices we know ourselves guilty of, but forbid us therefore to disturb the repose of our souls. These make us believe that they have great grief and remorse within, but of amendment, correction, or interruption they make nothing appear. It cannot be a cure if the malady be not wholly discharged. If repentance were laid upon the scale of the balance, it would weigh down sin. I find no quality so easy to counterfeit as devotion, if men do not conform their manners and life to the profession. Its essence is abstruse and occult, the appearance easy and ostentatious. For my own part, I may desire in general to be other than I am. I may condemn and dislike my whole form, and beg of Almighty God for an entire reformation, and that he will please to pardon my natural infirmity. But I ought not to call this repentance, methinks, no more than the being dissatisfied that I am not an angel or Cato. My actions are regular and conformable to what I am and to my condition. I can do no better. And repentance does not properly touch things that are not in our power. Sorrow does. I imagine an infinite number of natures more elevated and regular than mine, and yet I do not for all that improve my faculties, no more than my arm or will grow more strong and vigorous for conceiving those of another to be so. If to conceive and wish a nobler way of acting than what we have should produce a repentance of our own, we must then repent us of our most innocent actions, forasmuch as we may well suppose that in a more excellent nature they would have been carried on with greater dignity and perfection. And we would that ours were so. When I reflect upon the deportment of my youth, with that of my old age, I find that I have commonly behaved myself with equal order in both, according to what I understand. That is all that my resistance can do. I do not flatter myself, in the same circumstances I should do the same things. It is not a patch, but rather a universal tincture with which I am stained. I know no repentance, superficial, half-way, and ceremonious. It must sting me all over before I can call it so, and must prick my bowels as deeply and universally as God sees into me. As to business, many excellent opportunities have escaped me for want of good management, and yet my deliberations were sound enough, according to the occurrences presented to me. 'Tis their way to choose always the easiest and safest course. I find that in my former resolves I have proceeded with discretion, according to my own rule, and according to the state of the subject proposed, and should do the same 1,000 years hence in like occasions. I do not consider what is now, but what it was then, when I deliberated on it. The force of all counsel consists in the time. Occasions and things eternally shift and change. I have in my life committed some important errors, not for want of good understanding, but for want of good luck. There are secret and not to be foreseen parts in matters we have in hand, especially in the nature of men, mute conditions that make no show, unknown sometimes even to the possessors themselves, that spring and start up by incidental occasions. If my prudence could not penetrate into nor foresee them, I blame it not. 'Tis commissioned no further than its own limits. If the event be too hard for me, and take the side I have refused, there is no remedy. I do not blame myself, I accuse my fortune, and not my work. This cannot be called repentance. Phocion, having given the Athenians an advice that was not followed, and the affair nevertheless succeeding contrary to his opinion, some one said to him, "Well, Phocion, art thou content that matters go so well?" "I am very well content," replied he, "that this has happened so well, but I do not repent that I counselled the other. When any of my friends address themselves to me for advice, I give it candidly and clearly, without sticking, as almost all other men do, at the hazard of the things falling out contrary to my opinion, and that I may be reproached for my counsel. I'm very indifferent as to that, for the fault will be theirs for having consulted me, and I could not refuse them that office. I, for my own part, can rarely blame any one but myself for my oversights and misfortunes, for indeed I seldom solicit the advice of another, if not by honour of ceremony, or excepting where I stand in need of information, special science, or as to matter of fact. But in things wherein I stand in need of nothing but judgment, other men's reasons may serve to fortify my own, but have little power to dissuade me. I hear them all with civility and patience, but to my recollection I never made use of any but my own. With me they are but flies and atoms that confound and distract my will. I lay no great stress upon my opinion, but I lay as little upon those of others, and fortune rewards me accordingly. If I receive but little advice, I also give but little. I am seldom consulted, and still more seldom believed, and know no concern, either public or private, that has been mended or bettered by my advice. Even they whom fortune had in some sort tied to my direction have more willingly suffered themselves to be governed by any other counsels than mine. And as a man who am as jealous of my repose as of my authority, I am better pleased that it should be so. In leaving me there, they humour what I profess, which is to settle and wholly contain myself within myself. I take a pleasure in being uninterested in other men's affairs, and disengaged from being their warranty and responsible for what they do. In all affairs that are past, be it how it will, I have very little regret, for this imagination puts me out of my pain, that they were so to fall out they were in the great revolution of the world. And in the chain of stoical causes, your fancy cannot, by wish and imagination, move one tittle, but that the great current of things will not reverse both the past and the future. As to the rest, I abominate that incidental repentance which old age brings along with it. He who said of old that he was obliged to his age for having weaned him from pleasure was of another opinion than I am. I can never think of myself beholden to impotency for any good it can do to me. Nec tam aversa umquam videbitur ab opere suo providentia, ut debilitas inter optima inventa sit. Nor can Providence ever seem so averse to her own work that debility should be found to be amongst the best things. Quintilian, Institutiones Oratoriae 5:12. Our appetites are rare in old age. A profound satiety seizes us after the act. In this I see nothing of conscience. Chagrin and weakness imprint in us a drowsy and rheumatic virtue. We must not suffer ourselves to be so wholly carried away by natural alterations as to suffer our judgments to be imposed upon by them. Youth and pleasure have not formerly so far prevailed with me that I did not well enough discern the face of vice in pleasure. Neither does the distaste that years have brought me so far prevail with me now that I cannot discern pleasure in vice. Now that I am no more in my flourishing age, I judge as well of these things as if I were. I, who narrowly and strictly examine it, find my reason the very same it was in my most licentious age, except perhaps that 'tis weaker and more decayed by being grown older. And I find that the pleasure it refuses me upon the account of my bodily health, it would no more refuse now in consideration of the health of my soul than at any time heretofore. I do not repute it the more valiant for not being able to combat. Holding but out my hands, I repel them. Should one present the old concupiscence before it, I fear it would have less power to resist it than heretofore. I do not discern that in itself it judges anything otherwise now than it formerly did, nor that it has acquired any new light. Wherefore, if there be convalescence, 'tis an enchanted one. Miserable kind of remedy to owe one's health to one's disease. 'Tis not that our misfortune should perform this office, but the good fortune of our judgment. I am not to be made to do anything by persecutions and afflictions, but to curse them. That is, for people who cannot be roused but by a whip. My reason is much more free in prosperity, and much more distracted, and put to it to digest pains than pleasures. I see best in a clear sky. Health admonishes me more cheerfully, and to better purpose than sickness. I did all that in me lay to reform and regulate myself from pleasures, at a time when I had health and vigour to enjoy them. I should be ashamed and envious that the misery and misfortune of my old age should have credit over my good, healthful, sprightly, and vigorous years, and that men should estimate me not by what I have been, but by what I have ceased to be. In my opinion, 'tis the happy living, and not, as Antisthenes said, the happy dying, in which human felicity consists. I have not made it my business to make a monstrous addition of a philosopher's tale to the head and body of a lifetime, nor would I have this wretched remainder give the lie to the pleasant, sound, and long part of my life. I would present myself uniformly throughout. Were I to live my life over again, I should live it just as I have lived it. I neither complain of the past, nor do I fear the future. And if I am not much deceived, I am the same within that I am without. 'Tis one main obligation I have to my fortune, that the succession of my bodily estate has been carried on according to the natural seasons. I have seen the grass, the blossom, and the fruit, and now see the withering. Happily, however, because naturally. I bear the infirmities I have the better, because they came not till I had reason to expect them, and because also they make me with greater pleasure remember that long felicity of my past life. My wisdom may have been just the same in both ages, but it was more active and of better grace whilst young and sprightly than now it is when broken, peevish, and uneasy. I repudiate, then, these casual and painful reformations. God must touch our hearts. Our consciences must amend of themselves by the aid of our reason, and not by the decay of our appetites. Pleasure is, in itself, neither pale nor discoloured, to be discerned by dim and decayed eyes. We ought to love temperance for itself, and because God has commanded that, and chastity, and that which we are reduced to by catarrhs, and for which I am indebted to the stone, is neither chastity nor temperance. A man cannot boast that he despises and resists pleasure if he cannot see it, if he knows not what it is, and cannot discern its graces, its force, and most alluring beauties. I know both the one and the other, and may therefore the better say it. But, methinks, our souls in old age are subject to more troublesome maladies and imperfections than in youth. I said the same when young, and when I was reproached with the want of a beard, and I say so now that my grey hairs give me some authority. We call the difficulty of our humours and the disrelish of present things wisdom, but in truth we do not so much forsake vices as we change them, and in my opinion for worse. Besides a foolish and feeble pride and impertinent prating, frown and insociable humours, superstition, and a ridiculous desire of riches when we have lost the use of them, I find there more envy, injustice, and malice. Age imprints more wrinkles in the mind than it does on the face, and souls are never or very rarely seen that, in growing old, do not smell sour and musty. Man moves altogether, both towards his perfection and decay. In observing the wisdom of Socrates, and many circumstances of his condemnation, I should dare to believe that he in some sort himself purposely, by collusion, contributed to it, seeing that, At the age of 70 years he might fear to suffer the lofty motions of his mind to be cramped and his wonted lustre obscured. What strange metamorphoses do I see age every day make in many of my acquaintance! 'Tis a potent malady, and that naturally and imperceptibly steals into us. A vast provision of study and great precaution are required to evade the imperfections it loads us with, or at least to weaken their progress. I find that, notwithstanding all my entrenchments, it gets foot by foot upon me. I make the best resistance I can, but I do not know to what at last it will reduce me. But fall out what will, I am content the world may know when I am fallen from what I fell. End of section 4. Reading by Malone.
Section 5 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Three Commerces. We must not rivet ourselves so fast to our humours and complexions. Our chiefest sufficiency is to know how to apply ourselves to diverse employments. 'Tis to be, but not to live, to keep a man's self tied and bound by necessity to one only course. Those are the bravest souls that have in them the most variety and pliancy. Of this here is an honourable testimony of the elder Cato: Huic versatile ingenium sic pariter ad omnia fuit, ut natum ad id unum diceres, quodcumque ageret. His parts were so pliable to all uses, that one would say he had been born only to that which he was doing. Livy 39:49. Had I liberty to set myself forth after my own mode, there is no so graceful fashion to which I would be so fixed as not to be able to disengage myself from it. Life is an unequal, irregular, and multiform motion. 'Tis not to be a friend to one's self, much less a master, 'tis to be a slave, incessantly to be led by the nose by one's self, and to be so fixed in one's previous inclinations that one cannot turn aside nor writhe one's neck out of the collar. I say this now in this part of my life, wherein I find I cannot easily disengage myself from the importunity of my soul, which cannot ordinarily amuse itself but in things of limited range, nor employ itself otherwise than entirely and with all its force. Upon the lightest subject offered, it expands and stretches it to that degree as therein to employ its utmost power. Wherefore it is that idleness is to me a very painful labour, and very prejudicial to my health. Most men's minds require foreign matter to exercise and enliven them. Mine has rather need of it to sit still and repose itself. Vitia otii negotio discutienda sunt. The vices of sloth are to be shaken off by business. Seneca, Epistle 56. for its chiefest and hardest study is to study itself. Books are to it a sort of employment that debauch it from its study. Upon the first thoughts that possess it, it begins to bustle and make trial of its vigour in all directions, exercises its power of handling, now making trial of force, now fortifying, moderating, and ranging itself by the way of grace and order. It has of its own wherewith to rouse its faculties. Nature has given to it, as to all others, matter enough of its own to make advantage of, and subjects proper enough where it may either invent or judge. Meditation is a powerful and full study to such as can effectually taste and employ themselves. I had rather fashion my soul than furnish it. There is no employment, either more weak or more strong, than that of entertaining a man's own thoughts, according as the soul is. The greatest men make it their whole business. Quibus vivere est cogitare. To whom to live is to think. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 5:28. Nature has therefore favoured it with this privilege, that there is nothing we can do so long, nor any action to which we more frequently and with greater facility addict ourselves. 'Tis the business of the gods, says Aristotle, and from which both their beatitude and ours proceed. The principal use of reading to me is, that by various objects it rouses my reason and employs my judgment, not my memory. Few conversations detain me without force and effort. It is true that beauty and elegance of speech take as much or more with me than the weight and depth of the subject; and forasmuch as I am apt to be sleepy in all other communication, and give but the rind of my attention, it often falls out that in such poor and pitiful discourses, mere chatter, I either make drowsy, unmeaning answers, unbecoming a child, and ridiculous, or more foolishly and rudely still, maintain an obstinate silence. I have a pensive way that withdraws me into myself, and with that a heavy and childish ignorance of many very ordinary things, by which two qualities I have earned this, that men may truly relate 5 or 6 as ridiculous tales of me as of any other man whatever. But to proceed in my subject, this difficult complexion of mine renders me very nice in my conversation with men, whom I must cull and pick out for my purpose, and unfits me for common society. We live and negotiate with the people; if their conversation be troublesome to us, if we disdain to apply ourselves to mean and vulgar souls, and the mean and vulgar are often as regular as those of the finest thread, and all wisdom is folly that does not accommodate itself to the common ignorance. We must no more intermeddle either with other men's affairs or our own, for business, both public and private, has to do with these people. The least forced and most natural motions of the soul are the most beautiful; the best employments those that are least strained. My God, how good an office does wisdom to those whose desires it limits to their power. That is the most useful knowledge, according to what a man can, was the favourite sentence and motto of Socrates, a motto of great solidity. We must moderate and adapt our desires to the nearest and easiest to be acquired things. Is it not a foolish humour of mine to separate myself from 1,000 to whom my fortune has conjoined me, and without whom I cannot live, and cleave to 1 or 2 who are out of my intercourse, or rather a fantastic desire of a thing I cannot obtain? My gentle and easy manners, enemies of all sourness and harshness, may easily enough have secured me from envy and animosities. To be beloved, I do not say, but never any man gave less occasion of being hated. But the coldness of my conversation has reasonably enough deprived me of the goodwill of many, who are to be excused if they interpret it in another and worse sense. I am very capable of contracting and maintaining rare and exquisite friendships; for by reason that I so greedily seize upon such acquaintance as fit my liking, I throw myself with such violence upon them that I hardly fail to stick, and to make an impression where I hit, as I have often made happy proof. In ordinary friendships I am somewhat cold and shy, for my motion is not natural, if not with full sail; besides which, my fortune having in my youth given me a relish for one sole and perfect friendship, has, in truth, created in me a kind of distaste to others, and too much imprinted in my fancy that it is a beast of company, as the ancient said, but not of the herd. Plutarch, on the Plurality of Friends, chapter 2. And also I have a natural difficulty of communicating myself by halves, with the modifications and the servile and jealous prudence required in the conversation of numerous and imperfect friendships; and we are principally enjoined to these in this age of ours, when we cannot talk of the world, but either with danger or falsehood. Yet do I very well discern that he who has the conveniences, I mean the essential conveniences, of life for his end, as I have, ought to fly these difficulties and delicacy of humour as much as the plague. I should commend a soul of several stages, that knows both how to stretch and to slacken itself, that finds itself at ease in all conditions whither fortune leads it, that can discourse with a neighbour of his building, his hunting, his quarrels, that can chat with a carpenter or a gardener with pleasure. I envy those who can render themselves familiar with the meanest of their followers, and talk with them in their own way; and dislike the advice of Plato, that men should always speak in a magisterial tone to their servants, whether men or women, without being sometimes facetious and familiar. For besides the reasons I have given, 'tis inhuman and unjust to set so great a value upon this pitiful prerogative of fortune, and the polities wherein less disparity is permitted betwixt masters and servants seem to me the most equitable. Others study how to raise and elevate their minds, I how to humble mine and to bring it low. 'Tis only vicious in extension. Naras et genus Aeaci, et pugnata sacro bella sub ilio, quocium pretiocadum mercemur, quis aquam temperit ignibus, quo praebente domum, et quota pelignis caream frigoribus taces. You tell us long stories about the race of Aeacus, and the battles fought under sacred Ilium. But what to give for a cask of Chian wine, who shall prepare the warm bath, and in whose house, and when I may escape from the Pelignian cold, you do not tell us. Horace, Od., iii. 19, 3. Thus, as the Lacedaemonian valour stood in need of moderation, and of the sweet and harmonious sound of flutes to soften it in battle, lest they should precipitate themselves into temerity and fury, whereas all other nations commonly make use of harsh and shrill sounds, and of loud and imperious cries, to incite and heat the soldier's courage to the last degree; so, methinks, contrary to the usual method, in the practice of our minds, we have for the most part more need of lead than of wings, of temperance and composedness than of ardour and agitation; but above all things, 'tis in my opinion egregiously to play the fool, to put on the grave airs of a man of lofty mind amongst those who are nothing of the sort, ever to speak in print, by the book, favelar in punta di forchetta, to talk with the point of a fork, affectedly. You must let yourself down to those with whom you converse, and sometimes affect ignorance. Lay aside power and subtlety in common conversation; to preserve decorum and order 'tis enough, nay, crawl on the earth if they so desire it. The learned often stumble at this stone; they will always be parading their pedantic science, and strew their books everywhere; they have, in these days, so filled the cabinets and ears of the ladies with them, that if they have lost the substance, they at least retain the words; so as in all discourse upon all sorts of subjects, how mean and common soever, they speak and write after a new and learned way. Hoc sermone pavent, hoc iram, gaudia, curas, hoc cuncta effundunt animi secreta, quid ultra? Concumbunt docte. In this language do they express their fears, their anger, their joys, their cares; in this pour out all their secrets; what more? They lie with their lovers learnedly. Juvenal, vi. 189. And quote Plato and Aquinas in things the first man they meet could determine as well: the learning that cannot penetrate their souls hangs still upon the tongue. If people of quality will be persuaded by me, they shall content themselves with setting out their proper and natural treasures. They conceal and cover their beauties under others that are none of theirs; 'tis a great folly to put out their own light, and shine by a borrowed lustre; they are interred and buried under de capsula totae, painted and perfumed from head to foot, or as if they were things carefully deposited in a bandbox. Seneca, Epistle 115. It is because they do not sufficiently know themselves or do themselves justice. The world has nothing fairer than they. 'Tis for them to honour the arts and to paint painting. What need have they of anything but to live beloved and honoured? They have and know but too much for this. They need do no more but rouse and heat a little the faculties they have of their own. When I see them tampering with rhetoric, law, logic, and other drugs, so improper and unnecessary for their business, I begin to suspect that the men who inspire them with such fancies do it that they may govern them upon that account. For what other excuse can I contrive? It is enough that they can, without our instruction, compose the graces of their eyes to gaiety, severity, sweetness, and season a denial with asperity, suspense, or favour. They need not another to interpret what we speak for their service. With this knowledge they command with a switch, and rule both the tutors and the schools. But if, nevertheless, it angers them to give place to us in anything whatever, and will, out of curiosity, have their share in books, poetry is a diversion proper for them. 'Tis a wanton, subtle, dissembling, and prating art, all pleasure and all show, like themselves. They may also abstract several commodities from history. In philosophy, out of the moral part of it, they may select such instructions as will teach them to judge of our humours and conditions, to defend themselves from our treacheries, to regulate the ardour of their own desires, to manage their liberty, to lengthen the pleasures of life, and gently to bear the inconstancy of a lover, the rudeness of a husband, and the importunity of years, wrinkles, and the like. This is the utmost of what I would allow them in the sciences. There are some particular natures that are private and retired. My natural way is proper for communication, and apt to lay me open. I am all without and in sight, born for society and friendship. The solitude that I love myself and recommend to others is chiefly no other than to withdraw my thoughts and affections into myself, to restrain and check, not my steps, but my own cares and desires, resigning all foreign solicitude, and mortally avoiding servitude and obligation, and not so much the crowd of men as the crowd of business. Local solitude, to say the truth, rather gives me more room and sets me more at large. I more readily throw myself upon affairs of state and the world when I am alone. At the Louvre and in the bustle of the court I fold myself within my own skin, the crowd thrusts me upon myself, and I never entertain myself so wantonly, with so much licence, or so especially, as in places of respect and ceremonious prudence. Our follies do not make me laugh, it is our wisdom which does. I am naturally no enemy to a court life. I have therein passed a part of my own, and am of a humour cheerfully to frequent great company, provided it be by intervals and at my own time. But this softness of judgment whereof I speak ties me perforce to solitude. Even at home, amidst a numerous family, and in a house sufficiently frequented, I see people enough, but rarely such with whom I delight to converse, and I there reserve both for myself and others an unusual liberty. There is in my house no such thing as ceremony, ushering or waiting upon people down to the coach, and such other troublesome ceremonies as our courtesy enjoins. O the servile and importunate custom! Every one there governs himself according to his own method. Let who will speak his thoughts, I sit mute, meditating and shut up in my closet, without any offence to my guests. The men whose society and familiarity I covet are those they call sincere and able men; and the image of these makes me disrelish the rest. It is, if rightly taken, the rarest of our forms, and a form that we chiefly owe to nature. The end of this commerce is simply privacy, frequentation, and conference, the exercise of souls, without other fruit. In our discourse, all subjects are alike to me; let there be neither weight nor depth, 'tis all one. There is yet grace and pertinency; all there is tinted with a mature and constant judgment, and mixed with goodness, freedom, gaiety, and friendship. 'Tis not only in talking of the affairs of kings and state that our wits discover their force and beauty, but every whit as much in private conferences. I understand my men even by their silence and smiles, and better discover them perhaps at table than in the council. Hippomachus said very well, that he could know the good wrestlers by only seeing them walk in the street. If learning please to step into our talk, it shall not be rejected, not magisterial, imperious, and importunate, as it commonly is, but suffragan and docile itself. We there only seek to pass away our time; when we have a mind to be instructed and preached to, we will go seek this in its throne. Please let it humble itself to us for the nonce; for, useful and profitable as it is, I imagine that, at need, we may manage well enough without it, and do our business without its assistance. A well descended soul, and practised in the conversation of men, will of herself render herself sufficiently agreeable. Art is nothing but the counterpart and register of what such souls produce. The conversation also of beautiful and honourable women is for me a sweet commerce. Nam nos quoque oculos eruditos habemus. For we also have eyes that are versed in the matter. Cicero, Paradox 5, 2. If the soul has not therein so much to enjoy, as in the first the bodily senses, which participate more of this, bring it to a proportion next to, though in my opinion not equal to the other. But 'tis a commerce wherein a man must stand a little upon his guard, especially those where the body can do much, as in me. I there scalded myself in my youth, and suffered all the torments that poets say befall those who precipitate themselves into love without order and judgment. It is true that that whipping has made me wiser since. Quicumque Argolica de classe Capharea fugit, semper ab Euboicis vela retorquet aquis. Whoever of the Grecian fleet has escaped the Capharean rocks, ever takes care to steer from the Euboean sea. Ovid, Tristia, 1:1, 'Tis folly to fix all a man's thoughts upon it, and to engage in it with a furious and indiscreet affection; but, on the other hand, to engage there without love and without inclination, like comedians, to play a common part, without putting anything to it of his own but words, is indeed to provide for his safety, but withal, after as cowardly a manner as he who should abandon his honour, profit, or pleasure for fear of danger. For it is certain that from such a practice they who set it on foot can expect no fruit that can please or satisfy a noble soul. A man must have, in good earnest, desired that which he, in good earnest, expects to have a pleasure in enjoying. I say, though fortune should unjustly favour their dissimulation, which often falls out, because there is none of the sex, let her be as ugly as the devil, who does not think herself well worthy to be beloved, and who does not prefer herself before other women, either for her youth, the colour of her hair, or her graceful motion, for there are no more women universally ugly than there are women universally beautiful, and such of the Brahmin virgins as have nothing else to recommend them, the people being assembled by the common crier to that effect, come out into the market-place to expose their matrimonial parts to public view, to try if these at least are not of temptation sufficient to get them a husband. Consequently, there is not one who does not easily suffer herself to be overcome by the first vow that they make to serve her. Now from this common and ordinary treachery of the men of the present day, that must fall out which we already experimentally see, either that they rally together and separate themselves by themselves to evade us, or else form their discipline by the example we give them, play their parts of the farce as we do ours, and give themselves up to the sport without passion, care, or love. Neque affectui suo, aut alieno, obnoxiae. Neither amenable to their own affections, nor those of others. Tacitus, Annales, 13:45. Believing, according to the persuasion of Lysias in Plato, that they may with more utility and convenience surrender themselves up to us, the less we love them; where it will fall out, as in comedies, that the people will have as much pleasure or more than the comedians. For my part, I no more acknowledge a Venus without a Cupid than a mother without issue. They are things that mutually lend and owe their essence to one another. Thus this cheat recoils upon him who is guilty of it. It does not cost him much, indeed, but he also gets little or nothing by it. They who have made Venus a goddess have taken notice that her principal beauty was incorporeal and spiritual; but the Venus whom these people hunt after is not so much as human, nor indeed brutal. The very beasts will not accept it so gross and so earthly. We see that imagination and desire often heat and incite them before the body does. We see in both the one sex and the other, they have in the herd choice and particular election in their affections, and that they have amongst themselves a long commerce of goodwill. Even those to whom old age denies the practice of their desire, still tremble, neigh, and twitter for love. We see them, before the act, full of hope and ardour, and when the body has played its game, yet please themselves with the sweet remembrance of the past delight; some that swell with pride after they have performed, and others who, tired and sated, still by vociferation express a triumphing joy. He who has nothing to do but only to discharge his body of a natural necessity, need not trouble others with so curious preparations. It is not meat for a gross, coarse appetite. As one who does not desire that men should think me better than I am, I will here say this as to the errors of my youth: not only from the danger of impairing my health, and yet I could not be so careful but that I had two light mischances, but moreover, upon the account of contempt, I have seldom given myself up to common and mercenary embraces. I would heighten the pleasure by the difficulty, by desire, and a certain kind of glory, and was of Tiberius's mind, who in his amours was as much taken with modesty and birth as any other quality; and of the courtesan Flora's humour, who never lent herself to less than a dictator, a consul, or a censor, and took pleasure in the dignity of her lovers. Doubtless pearls and gold tissue, titles and train, add something to it. As to the rest, I had a great esteem for wit, provided the person was not exceptionable; for, to confess the truth, if the one or the other of these two attractions must of necessity be wanting, I should rather have quitted that of the understanding, that has its use in better things; but in the subject of love, a subject principally relating to the senses of seeing and touching, something may be done without the graces of the mind; without the graces of the body, nothing. Beauty is the true prerogative of women, and so peculiarly their own, that ours, though naturally requiring another sort of feature, is never in its lustre but when youthful and beardless, a sort of confused image of theirs. 'Tis said that such as serve the Grand Signior upon the account of beauty, who are an infinite number, are at the latest dismissed at 22 years of age. Reason, prudence, and the offices of friendship are better found amongst men, and therefore it is that they govern the affairs of the world. These two engagements are fortuitous, and depending upon others. The one is troublesome by its rarity, the other withers with age, so that they could never have been sufficient for the business of my life. That of books, which is the third, is much more certain and much more our own. It yields all other advantages to the two first, but has the constancy and facility of its service for its own share. It goes side by side with me in my whole course, and everywhere is assisting me. It comforts me in old age and solitude. It eases me of a troublesome weight of idleness, and delivers me at all hours from company that I dislike. It blunts the point of griefs, if they are not extreme, and have not got an entire possession of my soul. To divert myself from a troublesome fancy, 'tis but to run to my books. They presently fix me to them, and drive the other out of my thoughts, and do not mutiny at seeing that I have only recourse to them for want of other more real, natural, and lively commodities. They always receive me with the same kindness. He may well go afoot, they say, who leads his horse in his hand. And our James, king of Naples and Sicily, who, handsome, young, and healthful, caused himself to be carried about on a barrow, extended upon a pitiful mattress in a poor robe of grey cloth and a cap of the same, yet attended withal by a royal train, litters, led horses of all sorts, gentlemen and officers, did yet herein represent a tender and unsteady authority. The sick man has not to complain who has his cure in his sleeve. In the experience and practice of this maxim, which is a very true one, consists all the benefit I reap from books. As a matter of fact, I make no more use of them, as it were, than those who know them not. I enjoy them as misers do their money, in knowing that I may enjoy them when I please. My mind is satisfied with this right of possession. I never travel without books, either in peace or war, and yet sometimes I pass over several days, and sometimes months, without looking on them. I will read by and by, I say to myself, or tomorrow, or when I please; and in the interim, time steals away without any inconvenience. For it is not to be imagined to what degree I please myself and rest content in this consideration, that I have them by me to divert myself with them when I am so disposed, and to call to mind what a refreshment they are to my life. 'Tis the best viaticum I have yet found out for this human journey, and I very much pity those men of understanding who are unprovided of it. I the rather accept of any other sort of diversion, how light soever, because this can never fail me. When at home, I a little more frequent my library, whence I overlook at once all the concerns of my family. 'Tis situated at the entrance into my house, and I thence see under me my garden, court, and base court, and almost all parts of the building. There I turn over now one book and then another, on various subjects, without method or design. One while I meditate, another I record and dictate, as I walk to and fro, such whimsies as these I present to you here. 'Tis in the third story of a tower, of which the ground room is my chapel, the second story a chamber with a withdrawing room and closet, where I often lie, to be more retired, and above is a great wardrobe. This formerly was the most useless part of the house. I there pass away both most of the days of my life and most of the hours of those days. In the night I am never there. There is by the side of it a cabinet handsome enough, with a fireplace very commodiously contrived, and plenty of light. And were I not more afraid of the trouble than the expense, the trouble that frights me from all business, I could very easily adjoin on either side, and on the same floor, a gallery of 100 paces long and 12 broad, having found walls already raised for some other design to the requisite height. Every place of retirement requires a walk. My thoughts sleep if I sit still. My fancy does not go by itself as when my legs move it; and all those who study without a book are in the same condition. The figure of my study is round, and there is no more open wall than what is taken up by my table and my chair, so that the remaining parts of the circle present me a view of all my books at once, ranged upon 5 rows of shelves round about me. It has 3 noble and free prospects, and is 16 paces in diameter. I am not so continually there in winter, for my house is built upon an eminence, as its name imports, and no part of it is so much exposed to the wind and weather as this, which pleases me the better, as being of more difficult access and a little remote, as well upon the account of exercise, as also being there more retired from the crowd. 'Tis there that I am in my kingdom, and there I endeavour to make myself an absolute monarch, and to sequester this one corner from all society, conjugal, filial, and civil. Elsewhere I have but verbal authority only, and of a confused essence. That man, in my opinion, is very miserable who has not at home where to be by himself, where to entertain himself alone, or to conceal himself from others. Ambition sufficiently plagues her proselytes by keeping them always in show, like the statue of a public square. Magna servitus est magna fortuna. A great fortune is a great slavery. Seneca, De Consolatione ad Polybium, chapter 26. They cannot so much as be private in the water closet. I have thought nothing so severe in the austerity of life that our monks affect, as what I have observed in some of their communities, namely, by rule, to have a perpetual society of place, and numerous persons present in every action whatever, and think it much more supportable to be always alone than never to be so. If any one shall tell me that it is to undervalue the Muses to make use of them only for sport and to pass away the time, I shall tell him that he does not know so well as I the value of the sport, the pleasure, and the pastime. I can hardly forbear to add that all other end is ridiculous. I live from day to day, and, with reverence be it spoken, I only live for myself. There all my designs terminate. I studied, when young, for ostentation, since to make myself a little wiser, and now for my diversion, but never for any profit. A vain and prodigal humour I had after this sort of furniture, not only for the supplying my own need, but moreover for ornament and outward show, I have since quite cured myself of. Books have many charming qualities to such as know how to choose them, but every good has its ill. 'Tis a pleasure that is not pure and clean, no more than others; it has its inconveniences, and great ones too. The soul, indeed, is exercised therein, but the body, the care of which I must withal never neglect, remains in the meantime without action, and grows heavy and sombre. I know no excess more prejudicial to me, nor more to be avoided in this my declining age. These have been my 3 favourite and particular occupations. I speak not of those I owe to the world by civil obligation. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Diversion. I was once employed in consoling a lady truly afflicted. Most of their mornings are artificial and ceremonious. Uberibus semper lacrimis, semperque paratis, in statione subatque expectantibus illam, quo ubiat manare modo. A woman has ever a fountain of tears, ready to gush up whenever she requires to make use of them. Juvenal 6, 272. A man goes the wrong way to work when he opposes this passion, for opposition does but irritate and make them more obstinate in sorrow. The evil is exasperated by discussion. We see in common discourse that what I have indifferently let fall from me, if anyone takes it up to controvert it, I justify it with the best arguments I have, and much more a thing wherein I had a real interest. And besides, in so doing you enter roughly upon your operation, whereas the first addresses of a physician to his patient should be gracious, gay, and pleasing. Never did any ill-looking, morose physician do anything to purpose. On the contrary, then, a man should at the first approaches favour their grief and express some approbation of their sorrow. By this intelligence you obtain credit to proceed further, and by a facile and insensible gradation fall into discourses more solid and proper for their cure. I, whose aim it was principally to gull the company who had their eyes fixed upon me, took it into my head only to palliate the disease. And indeed I have found by experience that I have an unlucky hand in persuading. My arguments are either too sharp and dry, or pressed too roughly, or not home enough. After I had some time applied myself to her grief, I did not attempt to cure her by strong and lively reasons, either because I had them not at hand, or because I thought to do my business better another way. Neither did I make choice of any of those methods of consolation which philosophy prescribes. that what we complain of is no evil, according to Cleanthes, that it is a light evil, according to the Peripatetics, that to bemoan oneself is an action neither commendable nor just, according to Chrysippus, nor this of Epicurus, more suitable to my way, of shifting the thoughts from afflicting things to those that are pleasant, nor making a bundle of all these together, to make use of upon occasion, according to Cicero, but gently bending my discourse, and by little and little digressing, sometimes to subjects nearer, sometimes more remote from the purpose, according as she was more intent on what I said, I imperceptibly led her from that sorrowful thought, and kept her calm and in good humour whilst I continued there. I herein made use of diversion. They who succeeded me in the same service did not, for all that, find any amendment in her, for I had not gone to the root. I peradventure may elsewhere have glanced upon some sort of public diversions, and the practice of military ones, which Pericles made use of in the Peloponnesian War, and 1,000 others in other places, to withdraw the adverse forces from their own countries, is too frequent in history. It was an ingenious evasion whereby Monseigneur d'Ampricourt saved both himself and others in the city of Liège, into which the Duke of Burgundy, who kept it besieged, had made him enter to execute the articles of their promised surrender. The people, being assembled by night to consider of it, began to mutiny against the agreement, and several of them resolved to fall upon the commissioners, whom they had in their power. He, feeling the gusts of this first popular storm, who were coming to rush into his lodgings, suddenly sent out to them 2 of the inhabitants of the city, of whom he had some with him, with new and milder terms to be proposed in their council, which he had then and there contrived for his need. These 2 diverted the first tempest, carrying back the enraged rabble to the town hall to hear and consider of what they had to say. The deliberation was short. A second storm arose, as violent as the other, whereupon he dispatched 4 new mediators of the same quality to meet them, protesting that he had now better conditions to present them with, and such as would give them absolute satisfaction, by which means the tumult was once more appeased, and the people again turned back to the conclave. In fine, by this dispensation of amusements, one after another, diverting their fury and dissipating it in frivolous consultations, he laid it at last asleep till the day appeared, which was his principal end. The other story that follows is also of the same category. Atalanta, a virgin of excelling beauty and of wonderful disposition of body, to disengage herself from the crowd of 1,000 suitors who sought her in marriage, made this proposition, that she would accept of him for her husband, who should equal her in running, upon condition that they who failed should lose their lives. There were enough who thought the prize very worth the hazard, and who suffered the cruel penalty of the contract. Hippomenes, about to make trial after the rest, made his address to the goddess of love, imploring her assistance, and she, granting his request, gave him 3 golden apples, and instructed him how to use them. The race beginning, as Hippomenes perceived his mistress to press hard up to him, he, as it were by chance, let fall one of these apples. The maid, taken with the beauty of it, failed not to step out of her way to pick it up, obstipuit virgo, nitidque cupidine pomi, declinat cursus, aurumque volubile tollit. The Virgin, astonished and attracted by the glittering apple, stops her career and seizes the rolling gold. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 10, 666. He did the same when he saw his time by the second and the third, till by so diverting her, and making her lose so much ground, he won the race. When physicians cannot stop a catarrh, they divert and turn it into some other less dangerous part. And I find also that this is the most ordinary practice for the diseases of the mind. Abducendus etiam non numquam animus est ad alia studia solicitudines curas negotia, loci denique mutatione, tamquam aegroti non convalescentes saepe currendus est. The mind is sometimes to be diverted to other studies, thoughts, cares, business, in fine, by change of place, as where sick persons do not become convalescent. Cicero, Tusculi Quaestiones, 4:35. 'Tis to little effect directly to jostle a man's infirmities. We neither make him sustain nor repel the attack. We only make him decline and evade it. The other lesson is too high and too difficult. 'Tis for men of the first form of knowledge purely to insist upon the thing, to consider and judge it. It appertains to one sole Socrates to meet death with an ordinary countenance, to grow acquainted with it, and to sport with it. He seeks no consolation out of the thing itself. Dying appears to him a natural and indifferent accident. 'Tis there that he fixes his sight and resolution without looking elsewhere. The disciples of Hegesias, who starved themselves to death, animated thereunto by his fine lectures, and in such numbers that King Ptolemy ordered he should be forbidden to entertain his followers with such homicidal doctrines, did not consider death in itself, neither did they judge of it. It was not there they fixed their thoughts. They ran towards and aimed at a new being. The poor wretches whom we see brought upon the scaffold, full of ardent devotion, and therein, as much as in them lies, employing all their senses, their ears in hearing the instructions given them, their eyes and hands lifted up towards heaven, their voices in loud prayers, and with a vehement and continual emotion, do doubtless things very commendable and proper for such a necessity. We ought to commend them for their devotion, but not properly for their constancy. They shun the encounter. They divert their thoughts from the consideration of death, as children are amused with some toy or other when the surgeon is going to give them a prick with his lancet. I have seen some who, casting their eyes upon the dreadful instruments of death round about, have fainted, and furiously turned their thoughts another way. Such as are to pass a formidable precipice are advised either to shut their eyes or to look another way. Subrius Flavius, being by Nero's command to be put to death, and by the hand of Niger, both of them great captains, when they led him to the place appointed for his execution, seeing the grave that Niger had caused to be hollowed out to put him into ill-made, "Neither is this," said he, turning to the soldiers who guarded him, "according to military discipline," and to Niger, who exhorted him to keep his head firm, "Do but thou strike as firmly," said he. And he very well foresaw what would follow when he said so, for Niger's arm so trembled that he had several blows at his head before he could cut it off. This man seems to have had his thoughts rightly fixed upon the subject. He who dies in a battle, with his sword in his hand, does not then think of death. He feels or considers it not. The ardour of the fight diverts his thought another way.
A worthy man of my acquaintance, falling as he was fighting a duel, and feeling himself nailed to the earth by 9 or 10 thrusts of his enemy, every one present called to him to think of his conscience. But he has since told me that, though he very well heard what they said, yet nothing moved him, and that he never thought of anything but how to disengage and revenge himself. He afterwards killed this man in that very duel. He who brought to Lucius Silanus the sentence of death did him a very great kindness, in that, having received his answer that he was well prepared to die, but not by base hands, he ran upon him with his soldiers to force him, and as he, unarmed as he was, obstinately defended himself with his fists and feet, he made him lose his life in the contest, by that means dissipating and diverting in a sudden and furious rage the painful apprehension of the lingering death to which he was designed. We always think of something else. Either the hope of a better life comforts and supports us, or the hope of our children's worth, or the future glory of our name, or the leaving behind the evils of this life, or the vengeance that threatens those who are the cause of our death, administers consolation to us. Spero equidem mediis, si quid pia numina possunt, supplicia hausurum scopulis, et nomine dido saepe vocaturum. Audium, et haec manes veniet mihi fama, sudimus. Hope, however, if the pious gods have any power, thou wilt feel the punishment amid the rocks, and will call on the name of Dido. I shall hear, and this report will come to me below. Aeneid 4, 382, 387. Xenophon was sacrificing with a crown upon his head, when one came to bring him news of the death of his son Gryllus, slain in the battle of Mantinea. At the first surprise of the news he threw his crown to the ground, but, understanding by the sequel of the narrative the manner of a most brave and valiant death, he took it up and replaced it upon his head. Epicurus himself, at his death, consoles himself upon the utility and eternity of his writings. Omnes clari et nobilitate labores fiunt tolerabilis. All labors that are illustrious and famous become supportable. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 2:26. And the same wound, the same fatigue, is not, says Xenophon, so intolerable to a general of an army as to a common soldier. Epaminondas took his death much more cheerfully, having been informed that the victory remained to him. Haec sunt solatia, haec fomenta sumorum dolorum. These are sedatives and alleviations to the greatest pains. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 2:23. And such like circumstances amuse, divert, and turn our thoughts from the consideration of the thing in itself. Even the arguments of philosophy are always edging and glancing on the matter, so as scarce to rub its crust. The greatest man of the first philosophical school, and superintendent over all the rest, the great Zeno, forms this syllogism against death. No evil is honorable, but death is honorable, therefore death is no evil. Against drunkenness this: no one commits his secrets to a drunkard, but everyone commits his secrets to a wise man, therefore a wise man is no drunkard. Is this to hit the white? I love to see that these great and leading souls cannot rid themselves of our company. Perfect men as they are yet simply men. Revenge is a sweet passion, of great and natural impression. I discern it well enough, though I have no manner of experience of it. From this not long ago, to divert a young prince, I did not tell him that he must, to him that had struck him upon the one cheek, turn the other, upon account of charity, nor go about to represent to him the tragical events that poetry attributes to this passion. I left that behind, and I busied myself to make him relish the beauty of a contrary image, and, by representing to him what honour, esteem, and good-will he would acquire by clemency and good nature, diverted him to ambition. Thus a man is to deal in such cases. If your passion of love be too violent, disperse it, say they, and they say true, for I have often tried it with advantage. Break it into several desires, of which let one be regent, if you will, over the rest, but lest it should tyrannize and domineer over you, weaken and protract by dividing and diverting it. Cum morosa vago singultiet inguine vena. When you are tormented with fierce desire, satisfy it with the first person that presents herself. Persius, Satires 672. Conicito humorem collectum in corpora aquaeque. Lucretius 6, 1062, to the like effect. And provide for it in time, lest it prove troublesome to deal with when it has once seized you. Si non prima novis conturbes vulnera plagis, volgivaga quae vagus venere ante recentia cures. Unless you cure old wounds by new. Lucretius 4, 1064. I was once wounded with a vehement displeasure, and withal more just than vehement. I might peradventure have lost myself in it, if I had merely trusted to my own strength. Having need of a powerful diversion to disengage me, by art and study, I became amorous, wherein I was assisted by my youth. Love relieved and rescued me from the evil wherein friendship had engaged me. 'Tis in everything else the same. A violent imagination hath seized me. I find it a nearer way to change than to subdue it. If not one contrary, yet another at least in its place. Variation ever relieves, dissolves, and dissipates. If I am not able to contend with it, I escape from it, and in avoiding it, slip out of the way, and make my doubles. Shifting place, business, and company, I secure myself in the crowd of other thoughts and fancies, where it loses my trace, and I escape. After the same manner does nature proceed, by the benefit of inconstancy, for time, which she has given us for the sovereign physician of our passions, chiefly works by this, that, supplying our imaginations with other and new affairs, it loosens and dissolves the first apprehension, how strong soever. A wise man little less sees his friend dying at the end of 25 years than on the first year, and, according to Epicurus, no less at all, for he did not attribute any alleviation of afflictions, either to their foresight or their antiquity. But so many other thoughts traverse this, that it languishes and tires at last. Alcibiades, to divert the inclination of common rumours, cut off the ears and tail of his beautiful dog, and turned him out into the public place, to the end that, giving the people this occasion to prate, they might let his other actions alone. I have also seen, for this same end of diverting the opinions and conjectures of the people, and to stop their mouths, some women conceal their real affections by those that were only counterfeit. But I have also seen some of them, who in counterfeiting have suffered themselves to be caught indeed, and who have quitted the true and original affection for the feigned. And so I've learned that they who find their affections well placed are fools to consent to this disguise. The public and favourable reception of being only reserved for this pretended lover, one may conclude him a fellow of very little address and less of wit, if he does not in the end put himself into your place, and you into his. This is precisely to cut out and make up a shoe for another to draw on. A little thing will turn and divert us, because a little thing holds us. We do not much consider subjects in gross and singly. They are little and superficial circumstances, or images that touch us, and the outward useless rinds that peel off from the subjects themselves. Folliculos ut nunc terrates aestate cicadae linquunt. As husks we find grasshoppers leave behind them in summer. Lucretius 5, 801. Even Plutarch himself laments his daughter for the little apish tricks of her infancy. Consolation to his wife on the death of their daughter. Chapter 1. The remembrance of a farewell, of the particular grace of an action, of a last recommendation, afflict us. The sight of Caesar's robe troubled all Rome, which is more than his death had done. Even the sound of names ringing in our ears, as my poor master, my faithful friend, alas, my dear father, or my sweet daughter, afflict us. When these repetitions annoy me, and that I examine it a little while nearer, I find 'tis no other but a grammatical and word complaint. I am only wounded with the word and tone, as the exclamations of preachers very often work more upon their auditory than on their reasons, and as the pitiful eyes of a beast killed for our service. Without my weighing or penetrating meanwhile into the true and solid essence of my subject, his se stimulis dolor ipse lacessit. With these incitements grief provokes itself. Lucretius 2:42. These are the foundations of our mourning. The obstinacy of my stone to all remedies, especially those in my bladder, has sometimes thrown me into so long suppressions of urine for 3 or 4 days together, and so near death, that it had been folly to have hoped to evade it, and it was much rather to have been desired, considering the miseries I endure in these cruel fits. Oh, that good emperor, who caused criminals to be tied that they might die for want of urination, was a great master in the hangman's science. Finding myself in this condition, I considered by how many like causes and objects imagination nourished in me the regret of life, of what atoms the weight and difficulty of this dislodging was composed in my soul, to how many idle and frivolous thoughts we give way in so great an affair. A dog, a horse, a book, a glass, and what not, were considered in my loss. To others their ambitious hopes, their money, their knowledge, not less foolish considerations, in my opinion, than mine. I look upon death carelessly when I look upon it universally as the end of life. I insult over it in gross, but in detail it domineers over me. The tears of a footman, the disposing of my clothes, the touch of a friendly hand, a common consolation, discourages and softens me. So do the complaints and tragedies agitate our souls with grief, and the regrets of Dido and Ariadne impassionate even those who believe them not in Virgil and Catullus. 'Tis a symptom of an obstinate and obdurate nature to be sensible of no emotion, as 'tis reported for a miracle of Polemon. But then he did not so much as alter his countenance at the biting of a mad dog that tore away the calf of his leg. And no wisdom proceeds so far as to conceive so vivid and entire a cause of sorrow, by judgment that it does not suffer increase by its presence, when the eyes and ears have their share, parts that are not to be moved but by vain accidents. Is it reason that even the arts themselves should make an advantage of our natural stupidity and weakness? An orator, says rhetoric in the farce of his pleading, shall be moved with the sound of his own voice and feigned emotions, and suffer himself to be imposed upon by the passion he represents. He will imprint in himself a true and real grief, by means of the part he plays, to transmit it to the judges, who are yet less concerned than he, as they do who are hired at funerals to assist in the ceremony of sorrow, who sell their tears and mourning by weight and measure. For although they act in a borrowed form, nevertheless, by habituating and settling their countenances to the occasion, 'tis most certain they often are really affected with an actual sorrow. I was one amongst several others of his friends who conveyed the body of Monsieur de Gramont to Spisson from the siege of La Fère, where he was slain. I observed that in all places we passed through, we filled the people we met with lamentations and tears by the mere solemn pomp of our convoy, for the name of the defunct was not there so much as known. Quintilian reports as to have seen comedians so deeply engaged in a mourning part that they still wept in the retiring room, and who, having taken upon them to stir up passion in another, have themselves espoused it to that degree as to find themselves infected with it, not only to tears, but moreover with pallor, and the comportment of men really overwhelmed with grief. In a country near our mountains the women play Priest Martin, for as they augment the regret of the deceased husband by the remembrance of the good and agreeable qualities he possessed, and also at the same time make a register of and publish his imperfections, as if of themselves to enter into some composition, and divert themselves from compassion to disdain, yet with much better grace than we, who, when we lose an acquaintance, strive to give him new and false praises, and to make him quite another thing when we have lost sight of him than he appeared to us when we did see him, as if regret were an instructive thing, or as if tears, by washing our understandings, cleared them. For my part, I henceforth renounce all favorable testimonies men would give of me, not because I shall be worthy of them, but because I shall be dead. Whoever shall ask a man, "What interest have you in this siege?" "The interest of example," he will say, "and of the common obedience to my prince. I pretend to no profit by it, and for glory I know how small a part can affect a private man such as I. I have here neither passion nor quarrel." And yet you shall see him the next day quite another man, chafing and red with fury, ranged in battle for the assault. 'Tis the glittering of so much steel, the fire and noise of our cannon and drums, that have infused this new rigidity and fury into his veins. A frivolous cause, you will say? How a cause? There needs none to agitate the mind. A mere whimsy without body and without subject will rule and agitate it. Let me think of building castles in Spain. My imagination suggests to me conveniences and pleasures with which my soul is really tickled and pleased. How often do we torment our mind with anger or sorrow by such shadows, and engage ourselves in fantastic passions that impair both soul and body. What astonished, fleeting, confused grimaces does this raving put our faces into! What sallies and agitations, both of members and voices, does it inspire us with! Does it not seem that this individual man has false visions amid the crowd of others with whom he has to do, or that he is possessed with some internal demon that persecutes him? Inquire of yourself, where is the object of this mutation? Is there anything but us in nature which inanity sustains, over which it has power? Cambyses, from having dreamt that his brother should be one day king of Persia, put him to death. A beloved brother, and one in whom he had always confided. Aristodemus, king of the Messenians, killed himself out of a fancy of ill omen, from I know not what howling of his dogs, and King Midas did as much upon the account of some foolish dream he had dreamed. 'Tis to prize life at its just value, to abandon it for a dream, and yet hear the soul triumph over the miseries and weakness of the body, and that it is exposed to all attacks and alterations. Truly, it has reason so to speak. O primin felix fingenti terra Prometheo, illi parum cauti pectoris egidopus, corpora disponens, mentem non vidit in arte, rect animi primum debuit esse via. O wretched clay, first formed by Prometheus, in his attempt what little wisdom did he show! In framing bodies he did not apply his art to form the mind, which should have been his first care. Propertius 3:5-7.
End of section 6. Reading by Malone. Section 7 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton, upon some verses of Virgil. By how much profitable thoughts are more full and solid, by so much are they also more cumbersome and heavy. Vice, death, poverty, diseases, are grave and grievous subjects. A man should have his soul instructed in the means to sustain and to contend with evils, and in the rules of living and believing well, and often rouse it up and exercise it in this noble study. But in an ordinary soul it must be by intervals, and with moderation. He will otherwise grow besotted if continually intent upon it. I found it necessary when I was young to put myself in mind and solicit myself to keep me to my duty. Gaiety and health do not, they say, so well agree with those grave and serious meditations. I am at present in another state. The conditions of age but too much put me in mind, urged me to wisdom, and preached to me. From the excess of sprightliness I am fallen into that of severity, which is much more troublesome. And for that reason I now and then suffer myself purposely a little to run into disorder, and occupy my mind in wanton and youthful thoughts, wherewith it diverts itself. I am of late but too reserved, too heavy, and too ripe. Years every day read to me lectures of coldness and temperance. This body of mine avoids disorder and dreads it. 'Tis now my body's turn to guide my mind towards reformation. It governs in turn, and more rudely and imperiously than the other. It lets me not an hour alone, sleeping or waking, but is always preaching to me death, patience, and repentance. I now defend myself from temperance, as I have formerly done from pleasure. It draws me too much back, and even to stupidity. Now I will be master of myself, to all intents and purposes. Wisdom has its excesses, and has no less need of moderation than folly. Therefore, lest I should wither, dry up, and overcharge myself with prudence, in the intervals and truces my infirmities allow me, mens intenta suis nescit usque malis, that my mind may not eternally be intent upon my ills,
Ovid Tristia 4:1-4. I gently turn aside and avert my eyes from the stormy and cloudy sky I have before me, which, thanks be to God, I regard without fear, but not without meditation and study, and amuse myself in the remembrance of my better years. Animus quo perdidit optat, atque in praeteritate totius imagine versat. The mind wishes to have what it has lost, and throws itself wholly into memories of the past. Petronius, chapter 128. Let childhood look forward and age backward. Was not this the signification of Janus's double face? Let years draw me along if they will, but it shall be backward. As long as my eyes can discern the pleasant season expired, I shall now and then turn them that way. Though it escape from my blood and veins, I shall not, however, root the image of it out of my memory. Hoc est vivo rebis, vita posse priore frui. 'Tis to live twice to be able to enjoy one's former life. Martial 10:23-7. Plato ordains that old men should be present at the exercises, dances, and sports of young people, that they may rejoice in others for the activity and beauty of body which is no more in themselves, and call to mind the grace and comeliness of that flourishing age, and wills that in these recreations the honor of the prize should be given to that young man who has most diverted the company. I was formerly wont to mark cloudy and gloomy days as extraordinary. These are now my ordinary days. The extraordinary are the clear and bright. I am ready to leap for joy, as for an unwonted favor when nothing happens to me. Let me tickle myself. I cannot force a poor smile from this wretched body of mine. I am only merry in conceit and in dreaming, by artifice to divert the melancholy of age. But, in faith, it requires another remedy than a dream, a weak contest of art against nature. 'Tis great folly to lengthen and anticipate human incommodities, as every one does. I had rather be a less while old than be old before I am really so. I seize on even the least occasions of pleasure I can meet. I know very well, by hearsay, several sorts of prudent pleasures, effectually so, and glorious to boot. But opinion has not power enough over me to give me an appetite to them. I covet not so much to have them magnanimous, magnificent, and pompous, as I do to have them sweet, facile, and ready. A natura discedimus, populonos damus, nollius re boni auctori. We depart from nature and give ourselves to the people, who understand nothing. Seneca, Epistles 99. My philosophy is in action, in natural and present practice, very little in fancy. What if I should take pleasure in playing at cobnut or to whip a top? Non ponebant enem rumores ante salutem. He did not sacrifice his health even to rumors. Cicero de Officiis 124. Pleasure is a quality of very little ambition. It thinks itself rich enough of itself without any addition of repute, and is best pleased where most retired. A young man should be whipped who pretends to a taste in wine and sauces. There was nothing which at that age I less valued or knew. Now I begin to learn. I'm very much ashamed on it, but what should I do? I'm more ashamed and vexed at the occasions that put me upon it. 'Tis for us to dote and trifle away the time, and for young men to stand upon their reputation and nice punctilios. They are going towards the world and the world's opinion. We are retiring from it. Sibi arma, sibi equus, sibi hasta, sibi clavam, sibi pilum, sibi natationes et cursus habeant, nobis senibus ex lucionibus multis talos relinquant et tesseras. Let them reserve to themselves arms, horses, spears, and clubs, tennis, swimming, and races, and of all the sports leave to us old men cards and dice. Cicero de Senectute, chapter 16. The laws themselves send us home. I can do no less in favor of this wretched condition into which my age has thrown me than furnish it with toys to play withal, as they do children. And in truth we become such. Both wisdom and folly will have enough to do to support and relieve me by alternate services in this calamity of age. Misce stultitiam conciliis brevem. Mingle with counsels a brief interval of folly. Horace, Odes 4:12-27. I accordingly avoid the lightest punctures, and those that formerly would not have rippled the skin now pierce me through and through. My habit of body is now so naturally declining to ill. In fragili corpore odiosa omnis offensio est. In a fragile body every shock is obnoxious. Cicero de Senectute, chapter 18. Mens que pati durum sustinet aegre nihil, and the infirm mind can bear no difficult exertion. Ovid, De Ponto 1:5-18. I have ever been very susceptibly tender as to offences. I am much more tender now, and open throughout. Et minimi vires frangere quasi valent, and little force suffices to break what was cracked before. Ovid, De Tristiis 3:11-22. My judgment restrains me from kicking against and murmuring at the inconveniences that nature orders me to endure, but it does not take away from my feeling them. I, who have no other thing in my aim but to live and be merry, would run from one end of the world to the other to seek out one good year of pleasant and jocund tranquillity. A melancholic and dull tranquillity may be enough for me, but it benumbs and stupefies me. I'm not contented with it. If there be any person, any knot of good company, in country or city, in France or elsewhere, resident or in motion, who can like my humour, and whose humours I can like, let them but whistle, and I will run and furnish them with essays in flesh and bone. Seeing it is the privilege of the mind to rescue itself from old age, I advise mine do it with all the power I have. Let it meanwhile continue green, and flourish if it can, like mistletoe upon a dead tree. But I fear 'tis a traitor. It has contracted so strict a fraternity with the body that it leaves me at every turn to follow that in its need. I wheedle and deal with it apart in vain. I try in vain to wean it from this correspondence, to no effect. Quote it to Seneca and Catullus and ladies in royal masks. If its companion have the stone, it seems to have it too. Even the faculties that are most peculiarly and properly its own cannot then perform their functions, but manifestly appear stupefied and asleep. There is no sprightliness in its productions, if there be not at the same time an equal proportion in the body too. Our masters are to blame, that in searching out the causes of the extraordinary emotions of the soul, besides attributing it to a divine ecstasy, love, martial fierceness, poesy, wine, they have not also attributed a part to health, a boiling, vigorous, full, and lazy health, such as formerly the verdure of youth and security by fits supplied me withal. That fire of sprightliness and gaiety darts into the mind flashes that are lively and bright beyond our natural light, and of all enthusiasms the most jovial, if not the most extravagant. It is then no wonder if a contrary state stupefy and clog my spirit, and produce a contrary effect. Ad novum consurget opus cum corpore languet. The mind is languishing, the body is good for nothing, or, it rises to no effort, it languishes with the body. Pseudo Gallus 1:125. And yet would have me obliged to it for giving, as it wants to make out, much less consent to this stupidity than is the ordinary case with men of my age. Let us, at least whilst we have truce, drive away incommodities and difficulties from our commerce. Dum licet obducta solvatur fronte senectus. Whilst we can, let us banish old age from the brow. Herodias, Epistolae 13:7. Titrica sunt amoenanda jocularibus. Sour things are to be sweetened with those that are pleasant. Sidonius Apollinarius, Epistolae 1:9. I love a gay and civil wisdom, and fly from all sourness and austerity of manners, all repellent mean being suspected by me. Tristemque vultus tetrici arrogantiam, the arrogant sadness of a crabbed face. Auctor incertus. Et habet tristis quoque turba canidos. And the dull crowd also has its voluptuaries, or an austere countenance sometimes covers a debauched mind. The same place. I am very much of Plato's opinion, who says that facile or harsh humours are great indications of the good or ill disposition of the mind. Socrates had a constant countenance, but serene and smiling, not sourly austere, like the elder Crassus, whom no one ever saw laugh. Virtue is a pleasant and gay quality. I know very well that few will quarrel with the license of my writings who have not more to quarrel with in the license of their own thoughts. I conform myself well enough to their inclinations, but I offend their eyes. 'Tis a fine humour to strain the writings of Plato, to wrest his pretended intercourses with Phaedo, Dion, Stella, and Archianassa. Non pudeat dicere, quod non pudet sentire. Let us not be ashamed to speak what we are not ashamed to think. I hate a forward and dismal spirit that slips all over the pleasures of life and seizes and feeds upon misfortunes, like flies that cannot stick to a smooth and polished body, but fix and repose themselves upon craggy and rough places, and like cupping glasses that only suck and attract bad blood. As to the rest, I have enjoined myself to dare to say all that I dare to do. Even thoughts that are not to be published displease me. The worst of my actions and qualities do not appear to me so evil as I find it evil and base not to dare to own them. Everyone is wary and discreet in confession, but men ought to be so in action. The boldness of doing ill is in some sort compensated and restrained by the boldness of confessing it. Whoever will oblige himself to tell all should oblige himself to do nothing that he must be forced to conceal. I wish that this excessive license of mine may draw men to freedom, above these timorous and mincing virtues sprung from our imperfections, and that at the expense of my immoderation I may reduce them to reason. A man must see and study his vice to correct it. They who conceal it from others commonly conceal it from themselves, and do not think it close enough if they themselves see it. they withdraw and disguise it from their own consciences. Quare vitia sua nemo confitetur? Qui etiam nunc in illis est, somnium narrare vigilantis est. Why does no man confess his vices? Because he is yet in them. 'Tis for a waking man to tell his dream. Seneca Epistles 53. The diseases of the body explain themselves by their increase. We find it to be the gout, which we call a rheum or a strain. The diseases of the soul, the greater they are, keep themselves the most obscure. The most sick are the least sensible. Therefore it is that with an unrelenting hand they most often, in full day, be taken to task, opened and torn from the hollow of the heart. As in doing well, so in doing ill, the mere confession is sometimes satisfaction. Is there any deformity in doing amiss that can excuse us from confessing ourselves? It is so great a pain to me to dissemble that I evade the trust of another's secrets, wanting the courage to disavow my knowledge. I can keep silent, but deny I cannot, without the greatest trouble and violence to myself imaginable, to be very secret. A man must be so by nature, not by obligation. 'Tis little worth in the service of a prince to be secret, if a man be not a liar to boot. If he who asked Thales the Milesian whether he ought solemnly to deny that he had committed adultery, had applied himself to me, I should have told him that he ought not to do it, for I look upon lying as a worse fault than the other. Thales advised him quite the contrary, bidding him swear to shield the greater fault by the less. Nevertheless, this counsel was not so much an election as a multiplication of vice, upon which let us say this in passing, that we deal liberally with a man of conscience when we propose to him some difficulty in counterpoise of vice. But when we shut him up betwixt two vices, he is put to a hard choice, as Origen was, either to idolatrize or to suffer himself to be carnally abused by a great Ethiopian slave they brought to him. He submitted to the first condition, and wrongly, people say. Yet those women of our times are not much out, according to their error, who protest they had rather burden their consciences with 10 men than one mass. If it be indiscretion so to publish one's errors, yet there is no great danger that it pass into example and custom. For Ariston said that the winds men most fear those that lay them open. We must tuck up this ridiculous rag that hides our manners. They send their consciences to the stews, and keep a starched countenance. Even traitors and assassins espouse the laws of ceremony, and there fix their duty, so that neither can injustice complain of incivility, nor malice of indiscretion. 'Tis pity, but a madman should be a fool to boot, and that outward decency should palliate his vice. This rough cast only appertains to a good and sound wall, that deserves to be preserved and whited. In favor of the Huguenots, who condemn our auricular and private confession, I confess myself in public, religiously and purely. St. Augustine, Origetti, and Hippocrates have published the errors of their opinions. I, moreover, of my manners. I am greedy of making myself known, and I care not to how many, provided it be truly. Or to say better, I hunger for nothing, but I mortally hate to be mistaken by those who happen to learn my name. He who does all things for honor and glory, what can he think to gain by showing himself to the world in a visor, and by concealing his true being from the people? Praise a humpback for his stature. He has reason to take it for an affront. If you are a coward, and men commend you for your valor, is it of you they speak? They take you for another. I should like him as well as who glorifies himself in the compliments and congees that are made him as if he were a master of the company, when he is one of the least of the train. Archelaus, king of Macedon, walking along the street, somebody threw water on his head, which they who were with him said he ought to punish. Ay, but, said he, whoever it was, he did not throw the water upon me, but upon him whom he took to be me. Socrates, being told that people spoke ill of him, Not at all, said he. There's nothing in me of what they say. For my part, if anyone should recommend me as a good pilot, as being very modest or very chaste, I should owe him no thanks. And so, whoever should call me traitor, robber, or drunkard, I should be as little concerned. They who do not rightly know themselves may feed themselves with false approbations, not I, who see myself and who examine myself even to my very bowels, and who very well know what is my due. I'm content to be less commended, provided I am better known. I may be reputed a wise man in such a sort of wisdom as I take to be folly. I am vexed that my essays only serve the ladies for a common piece of furniture, and a piece for the hall. This chapter will make me part of the water closet. I love to traffic with them a little in private, and public conversation is without favour and without savour. In farewells, we oftener than not heat our affections towards the things we take leave of. I take my last leave of the pleasures of this world. These are our last embraces. But let us come to my subject. What has the act of generation, so natural, so necessary, and so just, done to men, to be a thing not to be spoken of without blushing, and to be excluded from all serious and moderate discourse? We boldly pronounce kill, rob, betray, and that we dare only to do betwixt the teeth. Is it to say, the less we expend in words, we may pay so much the more in thinking? For it is certain that the words least in use, most seldom written and best kept in, are the best and most generally known. No age, no manners are ignorant of them. No more than the word bread, they imprint themselves in every one without being expressed, without voice, and without figure. And the sex that most practices it is bound to say least of it. 'Tis an act that we have placed in the franchise of silence, from which to take it is a crime, even to accuse and judge it. Neither dare we reprehend it but by periphrasis and picture. A great favour to a criminal to be so execrable that justice thinks it unjust to touch and see him, free and safe by the benefit of the severity of his condemnation. Is it not here, as in a matter of books that sell better and become more public for being suppressed? For my part, I will take Aristotle at his word, who says that bashfulness is an ornament to youth, but a reproach to old age. These verses are preached in the ancient school, a school that I much more adhere to than the modern. Its virtues appear to me to be greater, and the vices less. Ce qui par trop fuit Vénus et trêve, faille autant que ceux qui trop la suivent. They are as much who too much forbear Venus as they who are too frequent in her rites. A translation by Amyot from Plutarch. A philosopher should converse with princes. Te dea rerum naturam sola gubernus, nec sine te quicquam dias in luminis horas exoritur, neque fit laetum, neque mobile quicquam. Goddess, still thou alone governest nature, nor without thee anything comes into light. Nothing is pleasant, nothing is joyful. Lucretius 1:22. I know not who could set Pallas and the Muses at variance with Venus, and make them cold towards love. But I see no deities so well met, or that are more indebted to one another. Who will deprive the muses of amorous imaginations will rob them of the best entertainment they have, and of the noblest matter of their work. And who will make love lose the communication and service of poesy will disarm him of his best weapons. By this means they charge the god of familiarity and goodwill, and the protecting goddesses of humanity and justice, with the vice of ingratitude and unthankfulness. I have not been so long cashiered from the state and service of this god that my memory is not still perfect in his force and value. Agnosco veteris vestigia flammae. I recognize vestiges of my old flame. Aeneid 4:23. There are yet some remains of heat and emotion after the fever. Nec mihi deficiat calor hic, amantibus annis. Nor let this heat of youth fail me in my winter years. Withered and drooping as I am, I feel yet some remains of the past ardor. Qual alto Egeo, per l'aquilone o notte cesi, te tutti primi voce scosse, non saceti Piero, mal suoni il moto ritiende l'onde anco agitate grosse. As Aegean seas, when storms be calmed again, that roll their tumbling waves with troublous blasts, do yet of tempests past some show retain, and here and there their swelling billows cast. Fairfax. But from what I understand of it, the force and power of this god are more lively and animated in the picture of poesy than in their own essence. Et versus digitos habet. Verse has fingers. Altered from Juvenal 4:196. It has I know not what kind of air, more amorous than love itself. Venus is not so beautiful, naked, alive, and panting as she is here in Virgil. Dixerat, et nives hinc atque hinc diva lacertis, cunctantem amplexu molli folet. Ille repente accepit solitam flammam, notusque medullos intravit calor, et labi facta per ossa cucurit, non secus atqualim tonitru, cum rupta corusco ignea rima micans, percurit lumine nimbus. Ea verba locutus, optatos dedit amplexus, placidumque petivit conjugus infusus gremio per membra soporem. The goddess spoke, and throwing round him her snowy embraces, caresses him, hesitating. Suddenly he caught the wonted flame, and the well-known warmth pierced his marrow and ran thrilling through his shaken bones, just as when at times, with thunder, a stream of fire in lightning flashes shoots across the skies. Having spoken these words, he gave her the wished embraces, and in the bosom of his spouse sought placid sleep. Aeneid 8:387 and 392. All I find fault with in considering it is that he has represented her a little too passionate for a married Venus, and in this discreet kind of coupling the appetite is not usually so wanton, but more grave and dull. Love hates that people should hold of any but itself, and goes but faintly to work in familiarities derived from any other title, as marriage is. Alliance, dowry, therein sway by reason as much as more than grace and beauty. Men do not marry for themselves, let them say what they will. They marry as much or more for their posterity and family. The custom and interest of marriage concern our race much more than us, and therefore it is that I like to have a match carried on by a third hand rather than a man's own, and by another man's liking than that of the party himself. And how much is all this opposite to the conventions of love? And also it is a kind of incest to employ in this venerable and sacred alliance the heat and extravagance of amorous license, as I think I have said elsewhere. A man, says Aristotle, must approach his wife with prudence and temperance, lest in dealing too lasciviously with her, the extreme pleasure make her exceed the bounds of reason. What he says upon the account of conscience, the physicians say upon the account of health, that a pleasure excessively lascivious, voluptuous, and frequent makes the seed too hot, and hinders conception. 'Tis said elsewhere that to a languishing intercourse, as this naturally is, to supply it with a due and fruitful heat, a man must do it but seldom and at appropriate intervals. Quo rapiat sitienes venerum interiusque recondat. But let him thirstily snatch the joys of love, and enclose them in his bosom. Virgil Georgics 3:137. I see no marriages where the conjugal compatibility sooner fails than those that we contract upon the account of beauty and amorous desires. There should be more solid and constant foundation, and they should proceed with greater circumspection. This furious ardor is worth nothing. End of section 7. Reading by Malone. Section 8 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Upon a few verses of Virgil. They who think they honor marriage by joining love to it do, methinks, like those who, to favor virtue, hold that nobility is nothing else but virtue. They are indeed things that have some relation to one another, but there is a great deal of difference. We should not so mix their names and titles. 'Tis a wrong to them both to so confound them. Nobility is a brave quality, and with good reason introduced. But forasmuch as 'tis a quality depending upon others, and may happen in a vicious person, in himself nothing, 'tis in estimate infinitely below virtue. If nobility be virtue, it loses its quality in all things wherein not virtuous, and if it be not virtue, 'tis a small matter. La Bruyère. 'Tis a virtue, if it be one, that is artificial and apparent, depending upon time and fortune, various in form, according to the country, living and mortal, without birth, as the river Nile, genealogical and common, of succession and similitude, drawn by consequence, and a very weak one. Knowledge, strength, goodness, beauty, riches, and all other qualities fall into communication and commerce, but this is consummated in itself, and of no use to the service of others. There was proposed to one of our kings the choice of 2 candidates for the same command, of whom one was a gentleman, the other not. He ordered that, without respect to quality, they should choose him who had the most merit, but where the worth of the competitors should appear to be entirely equal, they should have respect to birth. This was justly to give it its rank. A young man unknown, coming to Antigonus to make suit for his father's command, a valiant man lately dead, "Friend," said he, "in such preferments as these I have not so much regard to the nobility of my soldiers as to their prowess." And indeed, it ought not to go as it did with the officers of the kings of Sparta, trumpeters, fiddlers, cooks, the children of whom always succeeded to their places, how ignorant soever, and were preferred before the most experienced in the trade. They of Calicut make of nobles a sort of superhuman persons. They are interdicted marriage and all but warlike employments. They may have of concubines their fill, and the women as many lovers, without being jealous of one another. But 'tis a capital and irremissible crime to couple with a person of meaner conditions than themselves, and they think themselves polluted if they have but touched one in walking along, and supposing their nobility to be marvellously interested and injured in it, kill such as only approach a little too near them, insomuch that the ignoble are obliged to cry out as they walk, like the gondoliers of Venice at the turnings of streets, for fear of jostling, and the nobles command them to step aside to what part they please. By that means these avoid what they repute a perpetual ignominy, though certain death. No time, no favour of the prince, no office or virtue or riches can ever prevail to make a plebeian become noble, to which this custom contributes, that marriages are interdicted betwixt different trades. The daughter of one of the cordwainers' guild is not permitted to marry a carpenter, and parents are obliged to train up their children precisely in their own callings, and not put them to any other trade, by which means the distinction and continuance of their fortunes are maintained. A good marriage, if there be any such, rejects the company and conditions of love, and tries to represent those of friendship. 'Tis a sweet society of life, full of constancy, trust, and an infinite number of useful and solid services and mutual obligations, which any woman who has a right taste, optato quam junxit lumine taeda, whom the marriage torch has joined with the desired light, Catullus 44:79, would be loath to serve her husband in quality of a mistress. If she be lodged in his affection as a wife, she is more honourably and securely placed. When he purports to be in love with another, and works all he can do to obtain his desire, let any one but ask him, on which he had rather a disgrace should fall, his wife or his mistress, which of their misfortunes would most afflict him, and to which of them he wishes the most grandeur. The answer to these questions is out of dispute in a sound marriage. And that so few are observed to be happy is a token of its price and value. If well formed and rightly taken, 'tis the best of all human societies. We cannot live without it, and yet we do nothing but decry it. It happens as with cages. The birds without despair to get in, and those within despair of getting out. Socrates, being asked whether it was more commodious to take a wife or not, "Let a man take which course he will," said he will repent. 'Tis a contract to which the common saying, homo homini aut deus aut lupus, man to man is either a god or a wolf, Erasmus, Adages, may very fitly be applied. There must be a concurrence of many qualities in the construction. It is found nowadays more convenient for simple and plebeian souls, where delights, curiosity, and idleness do not so much disturb it, but extravagant humours, such as mine, that hate all sorts of obligation and restraint, are not so proper for it. Et mihi dulcem agis resoluto vivere colo, and it is sweet to me to live with a loosened neck. Pseudo Gallus 161. Might I have had my own will, I would not have married Wisdom herself if she would have had me. But 'tis much purpose to evade it. The common custom and usance of life will have it so. The most of my actions are guided by example, not by choice, and yet I did not go to it of my own voluntary motion. I was led and drawn to it by extrinsic occasions. For not only things that are incommodious in themselves, but also things, however ugly, vicious, and to be avoided, may be rendered acceptable by some condition or accident. So unsteady and vain is all human resolution. And I was persuaded to it, when worse prepared and less tractable than I am at present, that I have tried what it is, and as great a libertine as I am taken to be, I have in truth more strictly observed the laws of marriage than I either promised or expected. 'Tis in vain to kick when a man has once put on his fetters. A man must prudently manage his liberty, but having once submitted to obligation, he must confine himself within the laws of common duty, at least do what he can towards it. They who engage in this contract, with a design to carry themselves in it with hatred and contempt, do an unjust and inconvenient thing, and the fine rule that I hear passed from hand to hand amongst the women as a sacred oracle, serve thy husband as thy master, but guard thyself against him as from a traitor, which is to say, comport thyself towards him with a dissembled, inimical, and distrustful reverence. A cry of war and defiance is equally injurious and hard. I am too mild for such rugged designs. To say the truth, I am not arrived to that perfection of ability and refinement of wit to confound reason with injustice, and to laugh at all rule and order that does not please my palate. Because I hate superstition, I do not presently run into the contrary extreme of irreligion. If a man does not always perform his duty, he ought at least to love and acknowledge it. 'Tis treachery to marry without espousing. Let us proceed. Our poet represents a marriage happy in a good accord, wherein, nevertheless, there is not much loyalty. Does he mean that it is not impossible, but a woman may give the reins to her own passion, and yield to the importunities of love, and yet reserve some duty towards marriage, and that it may be hurt without being totally broken? A serving man may cheat his master, whom nevertheless he does not hate. Beauty, opportunity, and destiny, for destiny has also a hand in it. Fatum est in partibus illis quas sinus abscondit, nam sim tibi sidera cessent, nil faciet longi mensura incogniti nervi. There is a fatality about the hidden parts. Let nature have endowed you however liberally, 'tis of no use if your good star fails you in the nick of time. Juvenal 9:32. Have attached her to a stranger, though not so wholly, peradventure, but that she may have some remains of kindness for her husband. There are two designs that have several paths leading to them, without being confounded with one another. A woman may yield to a man she would by no means have married, not only for the condition of his fortune, but for those also of his person. Few men have made a wife of a mistress who have not repented it. And even in the other world, what an unhappy life does Jupiter lead with his, whom he had first enjoyed as a mistress. 'Tis, as the proverb runs, to befoul a basket and then put it upon one's head. I have in my time, in a good family, seen love shamefully and dishonestly cured by marriage. The considerations are widely different. We love at once, without any tie, two things contrary in themselves. Socrates was wont to say that the city of Athens pleased as ladies do, whom men court for love. Every one loved to come thither to take a turn and pass away his time, but no one liked it so well as to espouse it.
that is, to inhabit there, and to make it his constant residence. I've been vexed to see husbands hate their wives only because they themselves do them wrong. We should not, at all events, methinks, love them the less for our own faults. They should at least, upon the account of repentance and compassion, be dearer to us. They are different ends, he says, and yet in some sort compatible. Marriage has utility, justice, honor, and constancy for its share, a flat but more universal pleasure. Love founds itself wholly upon pleasure, and indeed has it more full, lively, and sharp. A pleasure inflamed by difficulty. There must be in it sting and smart. 'Tis no longer love, if without darts and fire. The bounty of ladies is too profuse in marriage, and dulls the point of affection and desire. To evade which inconvenience, do but observe what pains Lycurgus and Plato take in their laws. Women are not to blame at all when they refuse the rules of life that are introduced into the world, forasmuch as the men make them without their help. There is naturally contention and brawling betwixt them and us, and the strictest friendship we have with them is yet mixed with the tumult and tempest. In the opinion of our author, we deal inconsiderately with them in this. After we have discovered that they are, without comparison, more able and ardent in the practice of love than we, and that the old priest testified as much, who had been one while a man and then a woman, Venus huic erat utraque nota. Both aspects of love were known to him. Tiresias, Ovid, Metamorphoses, 323. And moreover, that we have learned from their own mouths the proof that in several ages was made by an emperor and empress of Rome, Proclus, both famous for ability in that affair. For he in one night deflowered 10 Sarmatian virgins who were his captives, but she had 25 bouts in one night, changing her man according to her need and liking. Ad hoc ardens rigidae tetigne volvae, et lasata viris non dum satiata recessit. Ardent still, she retired, fatigued but not satisfied. Juvenal 6:128. And that upon the dispute which happened in Cataluna, wherein a wife complaining of her husband's too frequent addresses to her, not so much, as I conceive, that she was incommoded by it, for I believe no miracles out of religion, as under this pretence, to curtail and curb in this, which is the fundamental act of marriage, the authority of husbands over their wives, and to show that their forwardness and malignity go beyond the nuptial bed, and spurn under foot even the graces and sweets of Venus. The husband, a man truly brutish and unnatural, replied that even on fasting days he could not subsist with less than 10 courses, whereupon came out that notable sentence of the Queen of Aragon, by which, after mature deliberation of her council, this good queen, to give a rule and example to all succeeding ages of the legitimate and necessary stint, surrendering and quitting a great deal of the needs and desires of her sex, that she might, she said, establish an easy and consequently a permanent and immutable rule. Hereupon the doctors cry out, what must the female appetite and concupiscence be when their reason, their reformation, and virtue are taxed at such a rate, considering the diverse judgments of our appetites? For Solon, master of the law school, taxes us but at 3 a month, that men may not fail in point of conjugal frequentation. After having, I say, believed and preached all this, we go and enjoin them continency for their particular share, and upon the last and extreme penalties.
There is no passion so hard to contend with as this, which we would have them only resist, not simply as an ordinary vice, but as an execrable abomination, worse than irreligion and parricide, whilst we, at the same time, go to it without offence or reproach. Even those amongst us who have tried the experiment have sufficiently confessed what difficulty, or rather impossibility, they have found by material remedies to subdue, weaken, and cool the body. We, on the contrary, would have them at once sound, vigorous, plump, high-fed, and chaste, that is to say, both hot and cold. For the marriage, which we tell them is to keep them from burning, is but small refreshment to them, as we order the matter. If they take one whose vigorous age is yet boiling, he will be proud to make it known elsewhere. Sit tandem pudor, aut eamus in jus, multis mentula milibus redempta, non est haec tua basse, vendidisti. Let there be some shame, or we shall go to law. Your vigor, bought by your wife with many thousands, is no longer yours. Thou hast sold it. Polemon the philosopher was justly by his wife brought before the judge for sowing in a barren field the seed that was due in one that was fruitful. If, on the other hand, they take a decayed fellow, they are in a worse condition in marriage than either maids or widows. We think them well provided for because they have a man to lie with, as the Romans concluded Claudia Lytia, a Vestal nun, violated because Caligula had approached her, though it was declared he did no more but approach her. But, on the contrary, we by that increase their necessity, forasmuch as the touch and company of any man whatever rouses their desires, that in solitude would be more quiet. And to the end 'tis likely that they might render their chastity more meritorious by this circumstance and consideration. Boleslaus and Kinga, his wife, kings of Poland, vowed it by mutual consent, being in bed together, on their very wedding day, and kept their vow, in spite of all matrimonial conveniences. We train them up from their infancy to the traffic of love. Their grace, dressing, knowledge, language, and whole instruction tend that way. Their governesses imprint nothing in them but the idea of love, if for nothing else but by continually representing it to them to give them a distaste for it. My daughter, the only child I have, is now of an age that forward young women are allowed to be married at. She is of a slow, thin, and tender complexion, and has accordingly been brought up by her mother after a retired and particular manner, so that she but now begins to be weaned from her childish simplicity. She was reading before me in a French book where the word "fouteau," the name of a tree very well known, occurred. The woman, to whose conduct she is committed, stopped her short a little roughly, and made her skip over that dangerous step. I let her alone, not to trouble their rules, for I never concern myself in that sort of government. Feminine polity has a mysterious procedure. We must leave it to them. But if I am not mistaken, the commerce of 20 lackeys could not, in 6 months' time, have so imprinted in her memory the meaning, usage, and all the consequence of the sound of those wicked syllables, as this good old woman did by reprimand and interdiction. Motus docere gaudet Ionicos matura virgo, et frangitur artibus, iam nunc et incestos amores de tenero meditator ungui. The maid, ripe for marriage, delights to learn Ionic dances, and to imitate those lascivious movements. Nay, already from her infancy she meditates criminal amours. Horace, Odes 3, 6, 12. Let them but give themselves the rein a little, let them but enter into liberty of discourse, we are but children to them in this science. Hear them but describe our pursuits and conversation, they will very well make you understand that we bring them nothing they have not known before, and digested without our help. It is perhaps, as Plato says, that they have formerly been debauched young fellows. I happened one day to be in a place where I could hear some of their talk without suspicion. I'm sorry I cannot repeat it. By'r Lady, said I, we had need go study the phrases of Amadis and the tales of Boccaccio and Aretin, to be able to discourse with them. We employ our time to much purpose indeed. There is neither word, example, nor step they are not more perfect in than our books. 'Tis a discipline that springs with their blood. Et mentem ipsa Venus dedit. Venus herself made them what they are. Virgil, Georgics 3, 267. Which these good instructors, nature, youth, and health, are continually inspiring them with. They need not learn, they breed it. Nec tantum niveo gavis est ola columbo compar, vel si quid dicitur improbius, oscula mordenti semper decerpere rostro, quantum praecipive multi volest mulier. No milk-white dove, or if there be a thing more lascivious, takes so much delight in kissing as woman, wishful for every man she sees. Catullus 66, 125. So that, if the natural violence of their desire were not a little restrained by fear and honor, which were wisely contrived for them, we should all be shamed. All the motions in the world resolve into and tend to this conjunction. 'Tis a matter infused throughout. 'Tis a centre to which all things are directed. We yet see the edicts of the old and wise Rome made for the service of love, and the precepts of Socrates for the instruction of courtesans. Nec non libelli stoici inter sericos jacere pulvilos amant. There are writings of the Stoics which we find lying upon silken cushions. Horace Epodes 8:15. Zeno, amongst his laws, regulated the motions to be observed in getting a maidenhead. What was the philosopher Strato's book of carnal conjunction? Diogenes Laertius 5:59. And what did Theophrastus treat of in those he entitled, the one the lover, and the other of love? Of what Aristippus in his Of Former Delights? What do the so long and lively descriptions in Plato of the loves of his time pretend to? And the book called The Lover of Demetrius Phalereus and Clinias, or The Ravished Lover of Heraclides, and that of Antisthenes of getting children, or of weddings, and the other of the master of the lover, and that of Aristo of amorous exercises. What those of Cleanthes, one of love, the other of the art of loving. The amorous dialogues of Sphaereus, and the fable of Jupiter and Juno, of Chrysippus, impudent beyond all toleration, and his 50 so lascivious epistles. I will let alone the writings of the philosophers of the Epicurean sect, protectress of voluptuousness. 50 deities were, in time past, assigned to this office, and there have been nations where, to assuage the lust of those who came to their devotion, they kept men and women in their temples for the worshippers to lie with. And it was an act of ceremony to do this before they went to prayers. Nimirum propter continentiam incontinentia necessaria est, incendium ignis extinguitur. Forsooth, incontinency is necessary for continency's sake. A conflagration is extinguished by fire. In the greatest part of the world, that member of our body was deified, and in the same province some flayed off the skin to offer and consecrate a piece. Others offered and consecrated their seed. In another, the young men publicly cut through betwixt the skin and the flesh of that part in several places, and thrust pieces of wood into the openings as long and thick as they would receive, and of these pieces of wood afterwards made a fire as an offering to their gods, and were reputed neither vigorous nor chaste, if by the force of that cruel pain they seemed to be at all dismayed. Elsewhere, the most sacred magistrate was reverenced and acknowledged by that member, and in several ceremonies the effigy of it was carried in pomp to the honor of various divinities. The Egyptian ladies, in their bacchanalia, each carried one finely carved of wood about their necks, as large and heavy as she could so carry it, besides which the statue of their god presented one which in greatness surpassed all the rest of his body. Herodotus 2:48 says, nearly as large as the body itself. The married women, near the place where I live, make of their kerchiefs the figure of one upon their foreheads, to glorify themselves in the enjoyment they have of it, and coming to be widows, they throw it behind, and cover it with their head-cloths. The most modest matrons of Rome thought it an honor to offer flowers and garlands to the god Priapus, and they made the virgins, at the time of their espousals, sit upon his shameful parts. And I know not whether I have not in my time seen some air of like devotion. What was the meaning of that ridiculous piece of the chaussee of our forefathers, and that is still worn by our Swiss? To what end do we make a show of our implements in figure under our breeches, and often, which is worse, above their natural size, by falsehood and imposture? I have half a mind to believe that this sort of vestment was invented in the better and more conscientious ages, that the world might not be deceived, and that everyone should give a public account of his proportions. The simple nations wear them yet, and near about the real size. In those days the tailor took measure of it, as the shoemaker does now of a man's foot. That good man who, when I was young, gilded so many noble and ancient statues in his great city, that they might not corrupt the sight of the ladies, according to the advice of this other ancient worthy, flagitii principium est, nudare inter cives corpora. 'Tis the beginning of wickedness to expose their persons among the citizens. Ennius apud Cicero Tusculanae Quaestiones 4:33 should have called to mind that, as in the mysteries of the Bona Dea, all masculine appearance was excluded. He did nothing if he did not gild horses and asses, in short, all nature. Omne adiogenes interes hominumque ferrarumque et genus aequorium pecudes pictaeque volucres in furias ignimque ruunt. So that all living creatures, men and animals, wild or tame, and fish and gaudy fowl, rush to this flame of love. Virgil Georgics 3:244. The gods, says Plato, have given us one disobedient and unruly member, that like a furious animal attempts by the violence of its appetite to subject all things to it. And so they have given to women one like a greedy and ravenous animal, which, if it be refused food in season, grows wild, impatient of delay, and infusing its rage into their bodies, stops the passages and hinders respiration, causing 1,000 ills, till, having imbibed the fruit of the common thirst, it has plentifully bedewed the bottom of their matrix. Now, my legislator, the Pope, who, as Montaigne has told us, took it into his head to gild the statues, should also have considered that, peradventure, it were a chaster and more fruitful usage to let them know the fact, as it is betimes, than permit them to guess according to the liberty and heat of their own fancy. Instead of the real parts, they substitute, through hope and desire, others that are 3 times more extravagant, and a certain friend of mine lost himself by producing his in place and time when the opportunity was not present to put them to their more serious use. What mischief do not those pictures of prodigious dimension do that the boys make upon the staircases and galleries of the royal houses? They give the ladies a cruel contempt of our natural furniture. And what do we know but that Plato, after another well-instituted republics, ordered that the men and women, old and young, should expose themselves naked to the view of one another in his gymnastic exercises, upon that very account? The Indian women, who see the men in their natural state, have at least cooled the sense of seeing. And let the women of the kingdom of Pegu say what they will, who below the waist have nothing to cover them but a cloth slit before, and so strait that what decency and modesty soever they pretend by it, at every step all is to be seen, that it is an invention to allure the men to them, and to divert them from boys, to whom that nation is generally inclined. Yet peradventure they lose more by it than they get, and one may venture to say that an entire appetite is more sharp than one already half glutted by the eyes. Livia was wont to say that to a virtuous woman a naked man was but a statue. The Lacedaemonian women, more virgins when wives than our daughters are, saw every day the young men of their city stripped naked in their exercises, themselves little heeding to cover their thighs in walking, believing themselves, says Plato, sufficiently covered by their virtue without any other robe. But those of whom St. Augustine speaks have given nudity a wonderful power of temptation, who have made it a doubt whether women at the day of judgment shall rise again in their own sex, and not rather in ours, for fear of tempting us again in that holy state. In brief, we allure and flesh them by all sorts of ways, we incessantly heat and stir up their imagination, and then we find fault. Let us confess the truth. There is scarce one of us who does not more apprehend the shame that accrues to him by the vices of his wife than by his own, and that is not more solicitous, a wonderful charity, of the conscience of his virtuous wife than of his own, who had not rather commit theft and sacrilege, and that his wife was a murderess and a heretic, than that she should not be more chaste than her husband. An unjust estimate of vices, both we and they are capable of 1,000 corruptions, more prejudicial and unnatural than lust, but we weigh vices not according to nature, but according to our interest, by which means they take so many unequal forms. End of section 8. Reading by Malone. Section 9 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton, upon a few verses of Virgil. The austerity of our decrees renders the application of women to this vice more violent and vicious than its own cause. They will readily offer to go to the law courts to seek for gain, and to the wars to get reputation, rather than in the midst of ease and delights to have to keep so difficult a guard. Do not they very well see that there is neither merchant nor soldier who will not leave his business to run after this sport, or the porter or cobbler to
toiled and tired out as they are with labor and hunger. Num tu, quae tenuit dives Achaemenes, aut pinguis Phrygiae Mygdonias opes, permutarle velis crine recymnium? Plenus aut arabomdomos dum fragrantia de torqueta oscula cervicem, aut facili saevitia negat. Quae poscente mages gauriate ripi, interdum rapere occupet. Wouldst thou not exchange all that the wealthy Achaemenes had, or the Mygdonian riches of fertile Phrygia, for one ringlet of the Chimnea's hair, or the treasures of the Arabians, when she turns her head to you for fragrant kisses, or with easily assuaged anger denies them, which she would rather by far you took by force, and sometimes herself snatches one. Horace, Odes 2:12-21. I do not know whether the exploits of Alexander and Caesar really surpassed the resolution of a beautiful young woman, bred up after our fashion, in the light and commerce of the world, assailed by so many contrary examples, and yet keeping herself entire in the midst of 1,000 continual and powerful solicitations. There is no doing more difficult than that not doing, nor more active. I hold it more easy to carry a suit of armor all the days of one's life than a maidenhead, and the vow of virginity of all others is the most noble, as being the hardest to keep. Diaboli virtus in lumbis est, says St. Jerome. We have doubtless resigned to the ladies the most difficult and most vigorous of all human endeavors, and let us resign to them the glory too. This ought to encourage them to be obstinate in it. 'Tis a brave thing for them to defy us, and to spurn under foot that vain preeminence of valor and virtue that we pretend to have over them. They will find, if they do but observe it, that they will not only be much more esteemed for it, but also much more beloved. A gallant man does not give over his pursuit for being refused, provided it be a refusal of chastity, and not of choice. We may swear, threaten, and complain to much purpose. We therein do but lie, for we love them all the better. There is no allurement like modesty, if it be not rude and crabbed. 'Tis stupidity and meanness to be obstinate against hatred and disdain, but against a virtuous and constant resolution, mixed with goodwill, 'tis the exercise of a noble and generous soul. They may acknowledge our service to a certain degree, and give us civilly to understand that they disdain us not. For the law that enjoins them to abominate us because we adore them, and to hate us because we love them, is certainly very cruel, if but for the difficulty of it. Why should they not give ear to our offers and requests, so long as they are kept within the bounds of modesty? Wherefore should we fancy them to have other thoughts within, and to be worse than they seem? A queen of our time said with spirit, that to refuse these courtesies is a testimony of weakness in women, and a self-accusation of facility, and that a lady could not boast of her chastity who was never tempted. The limits of honor are not cut so short. They may give themselves a little rein, and relax a little, without being faulty. There lies on the frontier some space free, indifferent, and neuter. He that has been beaten and pursued her into her fort is a strange fellow, if he be not satisfied with his fortune. The price of the conquest is considered by the difficulty. Would you know what impression your service and merit have made in her heart? Judge of it by her behavior. Such an one may grant more, who does not grant so much. The obligation of a benefit wholly relates to the good will of those who confer it. The other coincident circumstances are dumb, dead, and casual. It costs her dearer to grant you that little than it would do her companion to grant all. If in anything rarity gave estimation, it ought especially in this. Do not consider how little it is that is given, but how few have it to give. The value of money alters according to the coinage and stamp of the place. Whatever the spite and indiscretion of some may make them say in the excess of their discontent, virtue and truth will in time recover all the advantage. I have known some whose reputation has for a great while suffered under slander, who have afterwards been restored to the world's universal approbation by their mere constancy, without care or artifice. Everyone repents and gives himself the lie for what he has believed and said, and from girls a little suspected, they have been afterward advanced to the first rank amongst the ladies of honor. Somebody told Plato that all the world spoke ill of him. "Let them talk," said he. "I will live so as to make them change their note." Besides the fear of God and the value of so rare a glory, which ought to make them look to themselves, the corruption of the age we live in compels them to it. And if I were they, there is nothing I would not rather do than entrust my reputation in so dangerous hands. In my time, the pleasure of telling, a pleasure little inferior to that of doing, was not permitted but to those who had some faithful and only friend. But now the ordinary discourse in common table talk is nothing but boasts of favors received in the secret liberality of ladies. In earnest, 'tis too abject, too much meanness of spirit in men to suffer such ungrateful, indiscreet, and giddy-headed people so to persecute, forage, and rifle those tender and charming favors. This our immoderate and illegitimate exasperation against this vice springs from the most vain and turbulent disease that afflicts human minds, which is jealousy. Quis vetat opposito lumen de lumine sumi, dent licet assidue, nil tamen inde perit. Who says that one light should not be lighted from another light? Let them give ever so much, as much ever remains to lose. Ovid de Arte Amandi 393. She and Envy, her sister, seem to me to be the most foolish of the whole troop. As to the last, I can say little about it. 'Tis a passion that, though said to be so mighty and powerful, had never to do with me. As to the other, I know it by sight, and that's all. Beasts feel it, the shepherd Cratus having fallen in love with a she-goat, and the he-goat, out of jealousy, came, as he lay asleep, to butt the head of the female, and crushed it. We have raised this fever to a greater excess by the examples of some barbarous nations. The best disciplined have been touched with it, and 'tis reason but not transported. Ense martiali neme confusus adulter purpureo stygias sanguine tinxit aquas. Never did adulterer slain by a husband stain with purple blood the Stygian waters. Lucullus, Caesar, Pompey, Antony, Cato, and other brave men were cuckolds, and knew it, without making any bustle about it. There was in those days but one coxcomb, Lepidus, that died for grief that his wife had used him so. Ah, tum te miseram malique fati, quem attratis pedibus patente porta percurrent raffinique mulgilisque. Wretched man, when taken in the fact, thou wilt be dragged out of doors by the heels, and suffer the punishments of thy adultery. Catullus 15:17. And the god of our poet, when he surprised one of his companions with his wife, satisfied himself by putting them to shame only. Atque aliquis dedis non tristibus optat, sic fieri turpis. And one of the merry gods wishes that he should himself like to be so disgraced. Ovid, Metamorphoses 4:187, and nevertheless took anger at the lukewarm embraces she gave him, complaining that upon that account she was grown jealous of his affection. Quid causas petus ex alto, fiducia cessit, quo tibi diva mei? Dost thou seek causes from above? Why, goddess, has your confidence in me ceased? Virgil, Aeneid 8:395. Nay, she entreats arms for a bastard of his. Arma rogo, genetrix nato. I, a mother, ask armor for a son. The same place, line 383, which are freely granted, and Vulcan speaks honorably of Aeneas. Arma acre facienda viro. Arms are to be made for a valiant hero. Aeneid 8:441. With, in truth, a more than human humanity, and I am willing to leave this excess of kindness to the gods. Nec divis homines componere aequest, nor is it fit to compare men with gods. Catullus 63:141. As to the confusion of children, besides that the gravest legislators ordain and effect it in their republics, it touches not the women. Where this passion is, I know not how, much better seated. Saepetiam juno, maxima caeli colam, conjugus in culpa flagravit quotidiana. Often was Juno, the greatest of the heaven-dwellers, enraged by her husband's daily infidelities. The same place, the same citation. When jealousy seizes these poor souls, weak and incapable of resistance, 'tis pity to see how miserably it torments and tyrannizes over them. It insinuates itself into them under the title of friendship, but after it has once possessed them, the same causes that served for a foundation of goodwill serve them for a foundation of mortal hatred. 'Tis, of all the diseases of the mind, that which the most things serve for ailment and the fewest for remedy. The virtue, health, merit, reputation of the husband are incendiaries of their fury and ill will. Nollae sunt inimicitiae nisi amoris acerbi. No enmities are bitter save that of love, or no hate is implacable except the hatred of love. Propertius 2:8-3. This fever defaces and corrupts all they have of beautiful and good besides, and there is no action of a jealous woman, let her be how chaste and how good a housewife soever, that does not relish of anger and wrangling. 'Tis a furious agitation that rebounds them to an extremity quite contrary to its cause. This held good with one Octavius at Rome. Having lain with Pontia Postumia, he augmented love with fruition, and solicited with all importunity to marry her. Unable to persuade her, this excessive affection precipitated him to the effects of the most cruel and mortal hatred. He killed her. In like manner, the ordinary symptoms of this other amorous disease are intense hatreds, private conspiracies, and cabals. Notumque furens quid femina possit. And it is known what an angry woman is capable of doing. Aeneid 5:21. And a rage which so much the more frets itself, as it is compelled to excuse itself by a pretense of goodwill. Now, the duty of chastity is of a vast extent. Is it the will that we would have them restrain? This is a very supple and active thing, a thing very nimble to be stayed. How? If dreams sometimes engage them so far that they cannot deny them. It is not in them, nor peradventure in chastity itself, seeing that it is a female to defend itself from lust and desire.
If we are only to trust to their will, what a case are we in then? Do but imagine what crowding there would be amongst men in pursuance of the privilege to run full speed, without tongue or eyes, into every woman's arms who would accept them. The Scythian women put out the eyes of all their slaves and prisoners of war, that they might have their pleasure of them, and they never be the wiser. Oh, the furious advantage of opportunity! Should anyone ask me what was the first thing to be considered in love matters, I should answer that it was how to take a fitting time, and so the second, and so the third. 'Tis a point that can do everything. I have sometimes wanted fortune, but I have also sometimes been wanting to myself in matters of attempt. God help him who yet makes light of this. There is a greater temerity required in this age of ours, which our young men excuse under the name of heat. But should women examine it more strictly, they would find that it rather proceeds from contempt. I was always superstitiously afraid of giving offence, and have ever had a great respect for her I loved. Besides, he who in this traffic takes away the reverence defaces at the same time the lustre. I would in this affair have a man a little play the child. Besides, I have had some bouts of that foolish modesty that Plutarch speaks of, and the course of my life has been divers ways hurt and blemished with it, a quality very ill suiting my universal form. And indeed, what are we but suited as I am to deny? And it so much troubles me to be troublesome to others, that on occasion, when duty compels me to try the goodwill of any one in a thing that is doubtful, and that will be chargeable to him, I do it very faintly, and very much against my will. But if it be for my own particular, whatever Homer truly says, that modesty is a foolish virtue in an indigent person, I commonly commit it to a third person to blush for me, and deny those who employ me with the same difficulty, so that it has sometimes befallen me to have had a mind to deny when I had not the power to do it. 'Tis folly, then, to attempt to bridle in women a desire that is so powerful in them, and so natural to them. And when I hear them brag of having so maidenly and so temperate a will, I laugh at them. They retire too far back. If it be an old toothless trot, or a young dry consumptive thing, though it be not altogether to be believed, at least they say it with more similitude of truth. But they who still move and breathe talk at that ridiculous rate to their own prejudice, by reason that inconsiderate excuses are a kind of self-accusation. Like a gentleman, a neighbor of mine suspected to be insufficient, languidior tenera cui pendens sicula beta, numquam se medium sustulit ad tunicam. Catullus 67:2. The sense is in the context. Who, 3 or 4 days after he was married, to justify himself, went about boldly swearing that he had ridden 20 stages the night before, an oath that was afterwards made use of to convict him of his ignorance in that affair, and to divorce him from his wife. Besides, it signifies nothing, for there is neither continency nor virtue where there are no opposing desires. It is true, they may say, but we will not yield. Saints themselves speak after that manner. I mean those who boast in good gravity of their coldness and insensibility, and who expect to be believed with a serious countenance. For when 'tis spoken with an affected look, when their eyes give the lie to their tongue, and when they talk in the cant of their profession, which always goes against the hair, there is no remedy. If it be not wholly simple or childish, 'tis silly and unbecoming ladies in this commerce, and presently runs into impudence. Their disguises and figures only serve to cozen fools. Lying is there in its seat of honor. 'Tis a byway,
that by a back door leads us to truth. If we cannot curb their imagination, what would we have from them? Effects? There are enough of them that evade all foreign communication, by which chastity may be corrupted. Illud saepe facit, quod sine teste facit. He often does that which he does without a witness. Martial 7:62-6. And those which we fear the least are, peradventure, most to be feared. Their sins that make the least noise are the worst. Offendor moica simpliciore minus. I am less offended with a more professed strumpet. The same person, 676. There are ways by which they may lose their virginity without prostitution, and, which is more, without their knowledge. Obstetrix virginis quisdam integritatem manu velat explorans, sive malevolentia, sive inscitia, sive casu, dum inspicit, perdidit. By malevolence, or unskilful, or accident, the midwife, seeking with the hand to test some maiden's virginity, has sometimes destroyed it. St. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, 1:18. Such a one, by seeking her maidenhead, has lost it. Another, by playing with it, has destroyed it. We cannot precisely circumscribe the actions, we interdict them. They must guess at our meaning under general and doubtful terms. The very idea we invent for their chastity is ridiculous. For amongst the greatest patterns that I have is Fatua, the wife of Faunus, who never, after her marriage, suffered herself to be seen by any man whatever, and the wife of Hiero, who never perceived her husband's stinking breath, imagining that it was common to all men. They must become insensible and invisible to satisfy us. Now let us confess that the knot of this judgment of duty principally lies in the will. There have been husbands who have suffered cuckoldom, not only without reproach or taking offense at their wives, but with singular obligation to them and great commendation of their virtue. Such a woman has been who prized her honor above her life, and yet has prostituted it to the furious lust of a mortal enemy, to save her husband's life, and who, in doing so, did that for him she would not have done for herself. This is not the place wherein we are to multiply these examples. They are too high and rich to be set off with so poor a foil as I can give them here. Let us reserve them for a nobler place. But for examples of ordinary lustre, do we not every day see women amongst us who surrender themselves for their husband's sole benefit, and by their express order and mediation? And of old, Phallius the Argian, who offered his to King Philip out of ambition, as Galba did it out of civility, who, having entertained Maecenas at supper, and observing that his wife and he began to cast glances at one another, and to make eyes and signs, let himself sink down upon his cushion, like one in a profound sleep, to give opportunity to their desires, which he handsomely confessed, for thereupon a servant having made bold to lay hands on the plate upon the table, he frankly cried, "What, you rogue! Do you not see that I only sleep for Maecenas?" Such there may be, whose manners may be lewd enough, whose will may be more reformed than another, who outwardly carries herself after a more regular manner, as we see some who complain of having vowed chastity before they knew what they did, and I have also known others really complain of having been given up to debauchery before they were of the years of discretion. The vice of the parents, or the impulse of nature, which is a rough counsellor, may be the cause. In the East Indies, though chastity is of singular reputation, yet custom permitted a married woman to prostitute herself to any one who presented her with an elephant, and that with glory, to have been valued at so high a rate. Phaedo the philosopher, a man of birth, after the taking of his country, Ellis, made it his trade to prostitute the beauty of his youth, so long as it lasted, to any one that would, for money, thereby to gain his living. And Solon was the first in Greece, 'tis said, who by his laws gave liberty to women, at the expense of their chastity, to provide for the necessities of life, a custom that Herodotus says had been received in many governments before his time. And besides, what fruit is there of this painful solicitude? For what justice soever there is in this passion, we are yet to consider whether it turns to account or no. Does any one think to curb them with all his industry? Pone seram cohibe, sed quis custodiet ipsos custodes, cauta est, et habilis incipit uxor. Put on a lock, shut them up under a guard, but who shall guard the guard? She knows what she is about, and begins with them. Juvenal 6, 346. What commodity will not serve their turn in so knowing an age? End of section 9. Reading by Malone. Section 10 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Upon a few verses of Virgil. Curiosity is vicious throughout, but 'tis pernicious here. 'Tis folly to examine into a disease for which there is no physic that does not inflame and make it worse, of which the shame grows still greater and more public by jealousy, and of which the revenge more wounds our children than it heals us. You wither and die in the search of so obscure a proof. How miserably have they of my time arrived at that knowledge who have been so unhappy as to have found it out. If the informer does not at the same time apply remedy and bring relief, 'tis an injurious information, and that better deserves a stab than the lie. We no less laugh at him who takes pains to prevent it than at him who is a cuckold and knows it not. The character of cuckold is indelible. Who once has it, carries it to his grave. The punishment proclaims it more than the fault. It is to much purpose to drag out of obscurity and doubt our private misfortunes, thence to expose them on tragic scaffolds, and misfortunes that only hurt us by being known. For we say a good wife or a happy marriage, not that they really are so, but because no one says to the contrary. Men should be so discreet as to evade this tormenting and unprofitable knowledge, and the Romans had a custom, when returning from any expedition, to send home before to acquaint their wives with their coming, that they might not surprise them. And to this purpose it is that a certain nation has introduced a custom that the priest shall on the wedding day open the way to the bride, to free the husband from the doubt and curiosity of examining in the first assault, whether she comes a virgin to his bed, or has been at the trade before. But the world will be talking. I know 100 honest men cuckolds, honestly and not unbeseemingly. A worthy man is pitied, not disesteemed for it. Order it so that your virtue may conquer your misfortune, that good men may curse the occasion, and that he who wrongs you may tremble but to think on't. And moreover, who escapes being talked of at the same rate, from the least even to the greatest? Tot qui legionibus imperitivit, et melior quam tu multus fuit improbe rebus.
many who have commanded legions, many a man much better far than you rascal. Lucretius 3, 1039, 1041. Seest thou how many honest men are reproached with this in thy presence? Believe that thou art no more spared elsewhere. But the very ladies will be laughing too. And what are they so apt to laugh at in this virtuous age of ours as at a peaceable and well-composed marriage? Each amongst you has made somebody cuckold, and nature runs much in parallel, in compensation, and turn for turn. The frequency of this accident ought long since to have made it more easy. 'Tis now passed into custom. Miserable passion, which has this also, that it is incommunicable. Fors etiam nostris invidit quaestibus aures. Fortune also refuses ear to our complaints. Catullus 47. For to what friend dare you entrust your griefs, who, if he does not laugh at them, will not make use of the occasion to get a share of the quarry? The sharps, as well as the sweets of marriage, are kept secret by the wise. And amongst its other troublesome conditions, this, to a parting fellow, as I am, is one of the chief, that custom has rendered it indecent and prejudicial to communicate to any one all that a man knows and all that a man feels. To give women the same counsel against jealousy would be so much time lost. Their very being is so made up of suspicion, vanity, and curiosity that to cure them by any legitimate way is not to be hoped. They often recover of this infirmity by a form of health much more to be feared than the disease itself. For as there are enchantments that cannot take away the evil but by throwing it upon another, they also willingly transfer this ever to their husbands, when they shake it off themselves. And yet I know not, to speak truth, whether a man can suffer worse from them than their jealousy. 'Tis the most dangerous of all their conditions, as the head is of all their members. Pittacus used to say, Plutarch on Contentment, chapter 2, that every one had his trouble, and that his was the jealous head of his wife, but for which he should think himself perfectly happy. A mighty inconvenience, sure, which could poison the whole life of so just, so wise, and so valiant a man. What must we other little fellows do? The Senate of Marseilles had reason to grant him his request, who begged leave to kill himself, that he might be delivered from the clamour of his wife. For 'tis a mischief that is never removed but by removing the whole piece, and that has no remedy but flight or patience, though both of them very hard. He was, methinks, an understanding fellow, who said 'twas a happy marriage betwixt a blind wife and a deaf husband. Let us also consider whether the great and violent severity of obligation we enjoin them does not produce two effects contrary to our design, namely, whether it does not render the pursuants more eager to attack, and the women more easy to yield. For as to the first, by raising the value of the place we raise the value and the desire of the conquest. Might it not be Venus herself who so cunningly enhanced the price of her merchandise by making the laws of her bawds, knowing how insipid a delight it would be that was not heightened by fancy and hardness to achieve? In short, 'tis all swine's flesh, varied by sauces, as Flaminius's host said. Cupid is a roguish god, who makes it his sport to contend with devotion and justice. 'Tis his glory that his power mates all powers, and that all other rules give place to his. Materiam culpae prosequitur quae suae, and seeks out a matter for his crimes. Ovid Tristia 4:1-34. As to the second point, why should we not be less cuckolds if we less feared to be so, according to the humor of women whom interdiction incites, and who are more eager, being forbidden? Ubi velis nolunt, ubi nolus volunt ultro, concessa pudet ire via. Where thou wilt, they won't. Where thou wilt not, they spontaneously agree. They are ashamed to go in the permitted path. Terence, Eunuchus, Act 4, Scene 8, verse 43. What better interpretation can we make of Messalina's behavior? She at first made her husband a cuckold in private, as is the common use, but, bringing her business about with too much ease, by reason of her husband's stupidity, she soon scorned that way, and presently fell to making open love to her lovers, and to favor and entertain them in the sight of all. She would make him know and see how she used him. This animal, not to be roused with all this, and rendering her pleasures dull and flat by his too stupid facility, by which he seemed to authorize and make them lawful, what does she? Being the wife of a living and healthful emperor, and at Rome, the theatre of the world, and in the face of the sun, and with solemn ceremony, and to Silius, who had long before enjoyed her, she publicly marries herself one day that her husband was gone out of the city. Does it not seem as if she was going to become chaste by her husband's negligence, or that she sought another husband who might sharpen her appetite by his jealousy, and who by watching should incite her? But the first difficulty she met with was also the last. This beast, suddenly roused, these sleepy, sluggish sort of men, are often the most dangerous. I have found by experience that this extreme toleration, when it comes to dissolve, produces the most severe revenge. For taking fire on a sudden, anger and fury being combined in one, discharge their utmost force at the first onset. Irarumque omnes effundit habenas. He let loose his whole fury. Aeneid 12:499. He put her to death, and with her a great number of those with whom she had intelligence, and even one of them who could not help it, and whom she had caused to be forced to her bed with scourges. What Virgil says of Venus and Vulcan, Lucretius had better expressed of a stolen enjoyment betwixt her and Mars. Belli pheromoinera mavors, arme potens regit, in gremium qui saepe tuum se reiecit, aeterno de vinctus vulnera mores. Pascit amor avidos inhians in te dea visus, quae tuo pendet resupini spiritus ore, hunc tu diva, tuo recubantem corpore sancto, circumfusa super, suavis ex ora loquelas funde. Mars, the god of wars, who controls the cruel tasks of war, often reclines on thy bosom and greedily drinks love at both his eyes, vanquished by the eternal wound of love, and his breath, as he reclines, hangs on thy lips. Bending thy head over him as he lies upon thy sacred person, pour forth sweet and persuasive words. Lucretius 1:23. When I consider this reiecit, pascit, inhians, molli, foet, medullas, labifacta, pendit, percurrit, and that noble circumfusa, mother of the pretty infuses, I disdain those little quibbles and verbal allusions that have since sprung up. Those worthy people stood in need of no subtlety to disguise their meaning. Their language is downright and full of natural and continued vigor. They are all epigram, not only the tail, but the head, body, and feet. There's nothing forced, nothing languishing, but everything keeps the same pace. Contextus totus virilis est, non sunt circa flosculos occupati.
The whole contexture is manly. They don't occupy themselves with little flowers of rhetoric. Seneca, Epistles 33. 'Tis not a soft eloquence, and without offence only. 'Tis nervous and solid, that does not so much please as it fills and ravishes the greatest minds. When I see these brave forms of expression, so lively, so profound, I do not say that 'tis well said, but well thought. 'Tis the sprightliness of the imagination that swells and elevates the words. Pectus est quod desertum tacet. The heart makes the man eloquent. Quintilian 10:7. Our people call language, judgment, and fine words full conceptions. This painting is not so much carried on by dexterity of hand as by having the object more vividly imprinted in the soul. Gallus speaks simply because he conceives simply. Horace does not content himself with a superficial expression. That would betray him. He sees further and more clearly into things. His mind breaks into and rummages all the magazine of words and figures wherewith to express himself, and he must have them more than ordinary, because his conception is so. Plutarch says that he sees the Latin tongue by the things. 'Tis here the same. The sense illuminates and produces the words, no more words of air, but of flesh and bone. They signify more than they say. Moreover, those who are not well skilled in a language present some image of this, for in Italy I said whatever I had a mind to in common discourse, but in more serious talk I durst not have trusted myself with an idiom that I could not wind and turn out of its ordinary pace. I would have a power of introducing something of my own. The handling and utterance of fine wits is that which sets off language, not so much by innovating it as by putting it to more vigorous and various services, and by straining, bending, and adapting it to them. They do not create words, but they enrich their own, and give them weight and signification by the uses they put them to, and teach them unwonted motions, but withal ingeniously and discreetly. And how little this talent is given to all is manifest by the many French scribblers of this age. They are bold and proud enough not to follow the common road, but want of invention and discretion ruins them. There's nothing seen in their writings but a wretched affectation of a strange new style, with cold and absurd disguises, which, instead of elevating, depress the matter. Provided they can but trick themselves out with new words, they care not what they signify, and to bring in a new word by the head and shoulders, they leave the old one, very often more sinewy and significant than the other. There is stuff enough in our language, but there is a defect in cutting out, for there is nothing that might not be made out of our terms of hunting and war, which is a fruitful soil to borrow from, and forms of speaking, like herbs, improve and grow stronger by being transplanted. I find it sufficiently abundant, but not sufficiently pliable and vigorous. It commonly quails under a powerful conception. If you would maintain the dignity of your style, you will often perceive it to flag and languish under you, and there Latin steps in to its relief, as Greek does to others. Of some of these words I have just picked out, we do not so easily discern the energy, by reason that the frequent use of them has in some sort abased their beauty, and rendered it common. As in our ordinary language there are many excellent phrases and metaphors to be met with, of which the beauty is withered by age, and the colour is sullied by too common handling, but that nothing lessens the relish to an understanding man, nor does it derogate from the glory of those ancient authors who, 'tis likely, first brought those words into lustre. The scientists treat of things too refinedly, after an artificial way, very different from the common and natural way. My page makes love, and understands it, but read to him Leo Hebraeus. Leo the Jew, Ficinus, Cardinal Bembo, and Mario Equicola all wrote treatises on love. And Ficinus, where they speak of love, its thoughts and actions, he understands it not. I do not find in Aristotle most of my ordinary motions. They are there covered and disguised in another robe for the use of schools. Good speed them. Were I of the trade, I would as much naturalize art as they artificialize nature. Let us let Bembo and Equicola alone. When I write, I can very well spare both the company and the remembrance of books, lest they should interrupt my progress. And also, in truth, the best authors too much humble and discourage me. I am very much of the painter's mind who, having represented cocks most wretchedly ill, charged all his boys not to suffer any natural cocks to come into his shop, and had rather need to give himself a little lustre of the invention of Antigenides the musician, who, when he was asked to sing or play, took care beforehand that the auditory should, either before or after, be satiated with some other ill musicians. But I can hardly be without Plutarch. He is so universal and so full that upon all occasions, and what extravagant subject soever you might take in hand, he will still be at your elbow, and hold out to you a liberal and not to be exhausted hand of riches and embellishments. It vexes me that he is so exposed to be the spoil of those who are conversant with him. I can scarce cast an eye upon him, but I purloin either a leg or a wing. And also for this design of mine, 'tis convenient for me to write at home, in a wild country, where I have nobody to assist or relieve me, where I hardly see a man who understands the Latin of his Paternoster, and of French a little less. I might have made it better elsewhere, but then the work would have been less my own, and its principal end in perfection is to be exactly mine. I readily correct an accidental error, of which I am full, as I run carelessly on, but for my ordinary and constant imperfections it were a kind of treason to put them out. When another tells me, or that I say to myself, "Thou art too thick of figures," this is a word of rough Gascon, that is a dangerous phrase. I do not reject any of those that are used in the common streets of France. They who would fight custom with grammar are triflers. This is an ignorant discourse. This is a paradoxical discourse. That is going too far. Thou makest thyself too merry at times. Men will think thou sayest a thing in good earnest, which thou only speakest in jest. Yes, I know, but I correct the faults of inadvertence, not those of custom. Do I not talk at the same rate throughout? Do I not represent myself to the life? 'Tis enough that I have done what I designed. All the world knows me in my book, and my book in me. Now I have an apish, imitative quality. When I used to write verses, and I never made any but Latin, they evidently discovered the poet I had last read, and some of my first essays have a little exotic taste. I speak something another kind of language at Paris than I do at Montaigne. Whoever I steadfastly look upon easily leaves some impression of his upon me. Whatever I consider I usurp, whether a foolish countenance, a disagreeable look, or a ridiculous way of speaking, and vices most of all, because they seize and stick to me, and will not leave hold without shaking. I swear more by imitation than by complexion, a murderous imitation, like that of the apes, so terrible both in stature and strength, that Alexander met with in a certain country of the Indies, and which he would have had much ado any other way to have subdued.
but they afforded him the means, by that inclination of theirs, to imitate whatever they saw done. For by that the hunters were taught to put on shoes in their sight, and to tie them fast with many knots, and to muffle up their heads in caps all composed of running nooses, and to seem to anoint their eyes with glue. So did those poor beasts employ their imitation to their own ruin. They glued up their own eyes, haltered and bound themselves. The other faculty of playing the mimic, and ingeniously acting the words and gestures of another, purposely to make people merry and to raise their admiration, is no more in me than in a stock. When I swear my own oath, 'tis only by God, of all oaths the most direct. They say that Socrates swore by the dog. Zeno had for his oath the same interjection at this time in use amongst the Italians, capari. Pythagoras swore by water and air. I am so apt, without thinking of it, to receive these superficial impressions, that if I have majesty or highness in my mouth 3 days together, they come out instead of excellency and lordship 8 days after. And what I say today in sport and fooling, I shall say the same tomorrow seriously. Wherefore, in writing, I more unwillingly undertake beaten arguments, lest I should handle them at another's expense. Every subject is equally fertile to me. A fly will serve the purpose, and 'tis well if this I have in hand has not been undertaken at the recommendation of as flighty a will. I may begin with that which pleases me best, for the subjects are all linked to one another. But my soul displeases me, in that it ordinarily produces its deepest and most airy conceits, and which please me best when I least expect or study for them, and which suddenly vanish, having at the instant nothing to apply them to, on horseback, at table, and in bed, but most on horseback, where I'm most given to think. My speaking is a little nicely jealous of silence and attention. If I am talking my best, whoever interrupts me stops me. In travelling, the necessity of the way will often put a stop to discourse, besides which I, for the most part, travel without company fit for regular discourses, by which means I have all the leisure I would to entertain myself. It falls out as it does in my dreams. Whilst dreaming, I recommend them to my memory, for I am apt to dream that I dream. But the next morning I may represent to myself of what complexion they were, whether gay or sad or strange. But what they were, as to the rest, the more I endeavor to retrieve them, the deeper I plunge them into oblivion. So of thoughts that come accidentally into my head, I have no more but a vain image remaining in my memory, only enough to make me torment myself in their quest to no purpose. Well then, laying books aside, and more simply and materially speaking, I find, after all, that love is nothing else but the thirst of enjoying the object desired, or Venus any other thing than the pleasure of discharging one's vessels, just as the pleasure nature gives in discharging other parts, that either by immoderation or indiscretion become vicious. According to Socrates, love is the appetite of generation by the mediation of beauty, and when I consider the ridiculous titillation of this pleasure, the absurd crack-brained wild motions with which it inspired Zeno and Cratippus, the indiscreet rage, the countenance inflamed with fury and cruelty in the sweetest effects of love, and then that austere air, so grave, severe, ecstatic, in so wanton an action, that our delights and our excrements are promiscuously shuffled together, and that the supreme pleasure brings along with it, as in pain, fainting and complaining. I believe it to be true, as Plato says, that the gods made man for their sport. quaenam iste jocandi saevitia, with a sportive cruelty, or what an unkindness there is in jesting, Claudian in Eutropius 1:24, and that it was in mockery that nature has ordered the most agitative of actions and the most common, to make us equal, and to put fools and wise men, beasts and us, on a level. Even the most contemplative and prudent man, when I imagine him in this posture, I hold him an impudent fellow to pretend to be prudent and contemplative. They are the peacock's feet that abate his pride. Ridentem dicere verum quid vetat. What prevents us from speaking truth with a smile? Horace Satires 1:24. They who banish serious imaginations from their sports do, says one, like him who dares not adore the statue of a saint, if not covered with a veil. We eat and drink, indeed, as beasts do, but these are not actions that obstruct the functions of the soul. In these we maintain our advantage over them. This other action subjects all other thought, and by its imperious authority makes an ass of all Plato's divinity and philosophy. And yet there is no complaint of it. In everything else a man may keep some decorum. In all other operations submit to the rules of decency. This cannot so much as in imagination appear other than vicious or ridiculous. Find out, if you can, therein any serious and discreet procedure. Alexander said that he chiefly knew himself to be mortal by this act and sleeping. Sleep suffocates and suppresses the faculties of the soul. The familiarity with women likewise dissipates and exhausts them. Doubtless, it is a mark not only of our original corruption, but also of our vanity and deformity. On the one side, nature pushes us on to it, having fixed the most noble, useful, and pleasant of all of her functions to this desire, and on the other side leaves us to accuse and avoid it as insolent and indecent, to blush at it, and to recommend abstinence. Are we not brutes to call that work Brutus which begets us? People of so many differing religions have concurred in several proprieties, as sacrifices, lamps, burning incense, fasts, and offerings, and amongst others in the condemning this act. All opinions tend that way, besides the widespread custom of circumcision, which may be regarded as a punishment. We have, peradventure, reason to blame ourselves for being guilty of so foolish a production as man, and to call the act, and the parts that are employed in the act, shameful. Mine, truly, are now shameful and pitiful. The Athenians, of whom Pliny speaks, kept up their country for several ages without either nurse or baby clouts, by the arrival of strangers, who, following this pretty humor, came continually to them, a whole nation being resolute rather to hazard a total extermination than to engage themselves in female embraces, and rather to lose the succession of men than to beget one. 'Tis said that Zeno never had to do with a woman but once in his life, and then out of civility, that he might not seem too obstinately to disdain the sex. Diogenes Laertius 7:13. What is there said, however, is that Zeno seldom had commerce with boys, lest he should be deemed a very misogynist. Every one avoids seeing a man born. Every one runs to see him die. To destroy him a specious field is sought out in the face of the sun, but to make him we creep into as dark and private a corner as we can. 'Tis a man's duty to withdraw himself bashfully from the light to create, but 'tis glory and the fountain of many virtues to know how to destroy what we have made.
The one is injury, the other favor. For Aristotle says that to do anyone a kindness, in a certain phrase of his country, is to kill him. The Athenians, to couple the disgrace of these two actions, having to purge the Isle of Delos and to justify themselves to Apollo, interdicted at once all births and burials in the precincts thereof. Nostri nosmet penitet. We are ashamed of ourselves. Terence Formio 1:3-20. There are some nations that will not be seen to eat. I know a lady, and of the best quality, who has the same opinion, that chewing disfigures the face, and takes away much from the lady's grace and beauty, and therefore unwillingly appears at a public table with an appetite. And I know a man also, who cannot endure to see another eat, nor himself to be seen eating, and who is more shy of company when putting in than when putting out. In the Turkish Empire there are a great number of men who, to excel others, never suffer themselves to be seen when they make their repast, who never have any more than one a week, who cut and mangle their faces and limbs, who never speak to anyone, fanatic people who think to honor their nature by disnaturing themselves, who value themselves upon their contempt of themselves, and purport to grow better by being worse. What monstrous animal is this, that is a horror to himself, to whom his delights are grievous, and who weds himself to misfortune? There are people who conceal their life. Exilioque domos et dulcia limina mutant, and change for exile their homes and pleasant abodes. Virgil Georgics 2:5-11. And withdraw them from the sight of other men, who avoid health and cheerfulness as dangerous and prejudicial qualities. Not only many sects, but many peoples curse their birth and bless their death, and there is a place where the sun is abominated and darkness adored. We are only ingenious in using ourselves ill. 'Tis the real quarry our intellects fly at, and intellect, when misapplied, is a dangerous tool. O miseri, quorum gaudia crimen habent. O wretched men, whose pleasures are a crime. Pseudo Gallus 1:180. Alas, poor man, thou hast enough inconveniences that are inevitable without increasing them by thine own invention. Thou art miserable enough by nature, without being so by art. Thou hast real and essential deformities enough, without forging those that are imaginary. Dost thou think thou art too much at ease, unless half thy ease is uneasy? Dost thou find that thou hast not performed all the necessary offices that nature has enjoined thee, and that she is idle in thee if thou dost not oblige thyself to other and new offices? Thou dost not stick to infringe her universal and undoubted laws, but stickest to thy own special and fantastic rules. And by how much more particular, uncertain, and contradictory they are, by so much thou employest thy whole endeavour in them. The laws of thy parish occupy and bind thee. Those of God and the world concern thee not. Run but a little over the examples of this kind. Thy life is full of them. End of section 10. Reading by Malone. Section 11 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton, upon a few verses of Virgil. Whilst the verses of these two poets treat so reservedly and discreetly of wantonness as they do, methinks they discover it much more openly. Ladies cover their necks with network, priests cover several sacred things, and painters shadow their pictures to give them greater lustre. And 'tis said that the sun and wind strike more violently by reflection than in a direct line. The Egyptian wisely answered him who asked him what he had under his cloak. "It is hid under my cloak," said he, "that thou mayst not know what it is. But there are certain other things that people hide only to show them. Hear that one who speaks plainer. Et nudum pressi corpus adusque meum, and pressed her naked body to mine, or my body I applied even to her naked side. Ovid Amores 1:5-24. Methinks that he emasculates me. Let Martial turn up Venus as high as he may, he cannot show her so naked. He who says all that is to be said gluts and disgusts us. He who is afraid to express himself draws us on to guess at more than is meant. There is treachery in this sort of modesty, and especially when they half open, as these do, so fair a path to imagination. Both the action and description should relish of theft. The more respectful, more timorous, more coy, and secret love of the Spaniards and Italians pleases me. I know not who of old wished his throat as long as that of a crane, that he might the longer taste what he swallowed. It had been better wished as to this quick and precipitous pleasure, especially in such matters as mine that have the fault of being too prompt. To stay its flight and delay it with preambles. All things, a glance, a bow, a word, a sign, stand for favor and recompense between them. Were it not an excellent piece of thrift in him who could dine on the steam of the roast? 'Tis a passion that mixes with very little solid essence, far more vanity and feverish raving, and we should serve and pay it accordingly. Let us teach the ladies to set a better value and esteem upon themselves, to amuse and fool us. We give the last charge at their first onset. The French impetuosity will still show itself. By spinning out their favors and exposing them in small parcels, even miserable old age itself will find some little share of reward, according to its worth and merit. He who has no fruition but in fruition, who wins nothing unless he sweeps the stakes, who takes no pleasure in the chase but in the quarry, ought not to introduce himself in our school. The more step and degrees there are, so much higher and more honorable is the uppermost seat. We should take a pleasure in being conducted to it, as in magnificent palaces, by various porticos and passages, long and pleasant galleries, and many windings. This disposition of things would turn to our advantage. We should there longer stay and longer love. Without hope and without desire, we proceed not worth a pin. Our conquest and entire possession is what they ought infinitely to dread. When they wholly surrender themselves up to the mercy of our fidelity and constancy, they run a mighty hazard. They are virtues very rare and hard to be found. The ladies are no sooner ours than we are no more theirs. Postquam cupidae mentis satiata libid est, verba nihil metuere, nihil perioria curant. When our desires are once satisfied, we care little for oaths and promises. Catullus 44:147. And Thrasonides, a young man of Greece, was so in love with his passion that, having gained a mistress's consent, he refused to enjoy her. that he might not by fruition quench and stupefy the unquiet ardour of which he was so proud, and with which he so fed himself. Dearness is a good sauce to meat. Do but observe how much the manner of salutation, particular to our nation, has, by its facilities, made kisses, which Socrates says are so powerful and dangerous for the stealing of hearts, of no esteem. It is a displeasing custom, and injurious for the ladies, that they must be obliged to lend their lips to every fellow who has 3 footmen at his heels, however ill-favoured he may be in himself. Cujus libida naribus caninis dependet glacies, rigetque barba, centum occurrere malo conilunguis. And we ourselves barely gain by it, for as the world is divided, for 3 beautiful women we must kiss 50 ugly ones, and to a tender stomach, like those of my age, an ill kiss overpays a good one. In Italy they passionately court even their common women who sell themselves for money, and justify the doing so by saying that there are degrees of fruition, and that by such service they would procure for themselves that which is most entire. The women sell nothing but their bodies. The will is too free and too much of its own to be exposed to sale. So that these say 'tis the will they undertake, and they have reason. 'Tis indeed the will that we are to serve and gain by wooing. I abhor to imagine mine a body without affection, and this madness is, methinks, cousin germain to that of the boy who would needs pollute the beautiful statue of Venus made by Praxiteles, or that of the furious Egyptian who violated the dead carcass of a woman he was embalming, which was the occasion of the law then made in Egypt, that the corpses of the beautiful young women, of those of good quality, should be kept 3 days before they should be delivered to those whose office it was to take care for the interment. Periander did more wonderfully, who extended his conjugal affection, more regular and legitimate, to the enjoyment of his wife Melissa after she was dead. Does it not seem a lunatic humour in the moon, seeing she could no otherwise enjoy her darling Endymion, to lay him for several months asleep, and to please herself with the fruition of a boy who stirred not but in his sleep? I likewise say that we love a body without a soul or sentiment when we love a body without its consent and desire. All enjoyments are not alike. There are some that are hectic and languishing. 1,000 other causes besides good-will may procure us this favour from the ladies. This is not a sufficient testimony of affection. Treachery may lurk there, as well as elsewhere. They sometimes go to it by halves. Tam quantura medumque parent absentem marmoriumve putes, as if they are preparing frankincense and wine, you might think her absent or marble. Martial 11:103, 12, and 59:8. I know some who had rather lend that than their coach, and who only impart themselves that way. You are to examine whether your company pleases them upon any other account, or, as some strong-chinned groom, for that only. In what degree of favour and esteem you are with them. Tibi si datur uni, quem lapide illa diem candidiore notat. Therefore that is enough if that day alone is given us which she marks with a white stone. Catullus 48:147. What if they eat your bread with the sauce of a more pleasing imagination? Te tenet absentes alios suspirat amores. She has you in her arms, her thoughts are with other absent lovers. What? Have we not seen one in these days of ours who made use of this act for the purpose of a most horrid revenge, by that means to kill and poison, as he did, a worthy lady? Such as know Italy will not think it strange if, for this subject, I seek not elsewhere for examples. For that nation may be called the regent of the world in this. They have more generally handsome and fewer ugly women than we, but for rare and excellent beauties we have as many as they. I think the same of their intellects. Of those of the common sort they have evidently far more brutishness, is immeasurably rarer than here. But in individual characters of the highest form we are nothing indebted to them. If I should carry on the comparison, I might say, as touching valor, that, on the contrary, it is, to what it is with them, common and natural with us, but sometimes we see them possessed of it to such a degree as surpasses the greatest examples we can produce. The marriages of that country are defective in this. Their custom commonly imposes so rude and so slavish a law upon the women, that the most distant acquaintance with a stranger is as capital an offence as the most intimate, so that all approaches being rendered necessarily substantial, and seeing that all comes to one account, they have no hard choice to make, and when they have broken down the fence, we may safely presume they get on fire. Luxuria ipsis vinculis sicut fera bestia irritata dende emissa. Like a wild beast, being more excited by being bound, breaks from his chains with greater wildness. Livy 34:4. They must give them a little more rein. Vidi ego nuper equum contra sua frena tenacem ore reductanti fulminus irimodo. I saw the other day a horse struggling against his bit rush like a thunderbolt. Ovid, Amores 3:4-13. The desire of company is allayed by giving it a little liberty. We are pretty much in the same case they are in extremes constraint, we in license. 'Tis a good custom we have in France that our sons are received into the best families, there to be entertained and bred up pages, as in a school of nobility. And 'tis looked upon as a discourtesy and an affront to refuse this to a gentleman. I have taken notice, for so many families, so many differing forms, that the ladies who have been strictest with their maids have had no better luck than those who allowed them a greater liberty. There should be moderation in these things. One must leave a great deal of their conduct to their own discretion, for, when all comes to all, no discipline can curb them throughout. But it is true withal that she who comes off with flying colors from a school of liberty brings with her whereon to repose more confidence than she who comes away from a severe and strict school. Our fathers dressed up their daughters' looks in bashfulness and fear, their courage and desires being the same. We ours in confidence and assurance. We understand nothing of the matter. We must leave it to the Sarmatian women, who may not lie with a man till with their own hands they have first killed another in battle. For me, who have no other title left me to these things but by the ears, 'tis sufficient if, according to the privilege of my age, they retain me for one of their counsel. I advise them, then, and us men too, to abstinence. But if the age we live in will not endure it, at least modesty and discretion. For, as in the story of Aristippus, who, speaking to some young men who blushed to see him go into a scandalous house, said, "The vice is in not coming out, not in going in." Let her who has no care of her conscience have yet some regard to her reputation. Though she be rotten within, let her carry a fair outside at least. I commend a gradation and delay in bestowing their favors. Plato declares that in all sorts of love, facility and promptness are forbidden to the defendant. 'Tis a sign of eagerness which they ought to disguise with all the art they have, so rashly, wholly, and overhand to surrender themselves. In carrying themselves orderly and measuredly in the granting their last favors, they much more allure our desires and hide their own. Let them still fly before us, even those who have most mind to be overtaken. They better conquer us by flying, as the Scythians did. To say the truth, according to the law that nature has imposed upon them, it is not properly for them either to will or desire. Their part is to suffer, obey, and consent, and for this it is that nature has given them a perpetual capacity, which in us is but at times and uncertain. They are always fit for the encounter. They may be always ready when we are so. Pati nati, born to suffer. Seneca, Epistles 95. And whereas she has ordered that our appetites shall be manifest by a prominent demonstration, she would have theirs to be hidden and concealed within, and has furnished them with parts improper for ostentation, and simply defensive. Such proceedings as this that follows must be left to the Amazonian license. Alexander, marching his army through Hyrcania, Thalestris, queen of the Amazons, came with 300 light horse of her own sex, well mounted and armed, having left the remainder of a very great army that followed her behind the neighboring mountains to give him a visit, where she publicly and in plain terms told him that the fame of his valor and victories had brought her thither to see him, and to make him an offer of her forces to assist him in the pursuit of his enterprises, and that, finding him so handsome, young, and vigorous, she, who was also perfect in all those qualities, advised that they might lie together, to the end that from the most valiant woman of the world, and the bravest man then living, there might spring some great and wonderful issue for the time to come. Alexander returned her thanks for all the rest, but to give leisure for the accomplishment of her last demand, he detained her 13 days in that palace, which were spent in royal feasting and jollity, for the welcome of so courageous a princess. We are, almost throughout, unjust judges of their actions, as they are of ours. I confess the truth when it makes against me, as well as when 'tis on my side. 'Tis an abominable intemperance that pushes them on so often to change, and that will not let them limit their affection to any one person whatever, as is evident in that goddess to whom are attributed so many changes and so many lovers. But 'tis true withal that 'tis contrary to the nature of love, if it be not violent, and contrary to the nature of violence, if it be constant. And they who wonder exclaim and keep such a clutter to find out the causes of this frailty of theirs, as unnatural and not to be believed. How comes it to pass they do not discern how often they are themselves guilty of the same, without any astonishment or miracle at all? It would, peradventure, be more strange to see the passion fixed. 'Tis not a simply corporeal passion. If there be no end to avarice and ambition, there is doubtless no more in desire. It still lives after satiety, and 'tis impossible to prescribe either constant satisfaction or end. It ever goes beyond its possession, and by that means inconstancy, peradventure, is in some sort more pardonable in them than in us,
They may plead, as well as we, the inclination to variety and novelty common to us both, and secondly, without us, that they buy a cat in a sack. Joanna, Queen of Naples, caused her first husband, Andrews, to be hanged at the bars of her window in a halter of gold and silk woven with her own hand, because in matrimonial performances she neither found his parts nor abilities answer the expectations she had conceived from his stature, beauty, youth, and activity, by which she had been caught and deceived. They may say there is more pains required in doing than in suffering, and so they are on their part always at least provided for necessity, whereas on our part it may fall out otherwise. For this reason it was that Plato wisely made a law that before marriage, to determine of the fitness of persons, the judges should see the young men who pretended to it stripped stark naked, and the women but to the girdle only. When they come to try us, they do not, perhaps, find us worthy of their choice. Ex pertolatus modidoque similime loro inguina, nec lassa stare coacta manu, decerit imbellis thalamos. After using every endeavor to arouse him to action, she quits the barren couch. Martial 758. 'Tis not enough that a man's will be good. Weakness and insufficiency lawfully break a marriage. Et quaerundum aliunde foret nervosius illud, quod posset zonam solvere virginiam, and seeks a more vigorous lover to undo her virgin zone. Catullus 67:27. Why not, according to her own standard, an amorous intelligence more licentious and active? Si blondo nequiat super esse labore, if his strength be unequal to the pleasant task. Virgil, Georgics 3:127. But is it not great impudence to offer our imperfections and imbecilities where we desire to please, and leave a good opinion and esteem of ourselves? For the little that I am able to do now, ad unum mollis opus, fit but for once, Horace Epodes 12:15, I would not trouble a woman that I am to reverence and fear. Fuge suspicare cuius unde num trepidavit aetas claudere lustrum. Fear not him whose 11th lustrum is closed. Horace Odes 2:4-12 limits it to the 8th. Nature should satisfy herself in having rendered this age miserable, without rendering it ridiculous too. I hate to see it, for one poor inch of pitiful vigor which comes upon it but thrice a week, to strut and set itself out with as much eagerness as if it could do mighty feats, a true flame of flax, and laugh to see it so boil and bubble, and then in a moment so congealed and extinguished. This appetite ought to appertain only to the flower of beautiful youth. Trust not to its seconding that indefatigable, full, constant, magnanimous ardor you think in you, for it will certainly leave you in a pretty corner. But rather transfer it to some tender, bashful, and ignorant boy, who yet trembles at the rod and blushes. Indum sanguineo veluti via laureat ostro, si quisebur, vel misterubent ubi lilia multa albarosa. As Indian ivory streaked with crimson, or white lilies mixed with the damask rose. Aeneid 12:67. Who can say till the morning without dying for shame, behold the disdain of the fair eyes of her who knows so well his fumbling impertinence? Et taciti fecere tamen convicia voltus. Though she nothing say, her looks betray her anger.
Ovid Amores 1:7-21, has never had the satisfaction and the glory of having cudgelled them till they were weary with the vigorous performance of one heroic night. When I have observed any one to be vexed with me, I have not presently accused her levity, but have been in doubt if I had not reason rather to complain of nature. She has doubtless used me very uncivilly and unkindly. Si non longa satis, si non benementula crassa nimirum sapiunt, videnque parvam matronae quoque mentulam illibenter. The first of these verses is the commencement of an epigram of Veterum Poetarum Catalecta, and the two others are from an epigram in the same collection, Ad Matrones. They describe untranslatably Montaigne's charge against nature, indicated in the previous passage, and done me a most enormous injury. Every member I have, as much one as another, is equally my own, and no other more properly makes me a man than this.
I universally owe my entire picture to the public. The wisdom of my instruction consists in liberty, in truth, in essence, disdaining to introduce those little feigned common and provincial rules into the catalogue of its real duties. All natural, general, and constant, of which civility and ceremony are daughters indeed, but illegitimate. We are sure to have the vices of appearance, when we shall have had those of essence. When we have done with these, we run full drive upon the others, if we find it must be so. For there is danger that we shall fancy new offices to excuse our negligence towards the natural ones, and to confound them. And to manifest this, is it not seen that in places where faults are crimes, crimes are but faults? That in nations where the laws of decency are most rare and most remiss, the primitive laws of common reason are better observed? The innumerable multitude of so many duties stifling and dissipating our care. The application of ourselves to light and trivial things diverts us from those that are necessary and just. Oh, how these superficial men take an easy and plausible way in comparison of ours! These are shadows wherewith we palliate and pay one another. But we do not pay, but inflame the reckoning towards that great Judge, who tucks up our rags and tatters above our shameful parts, and suckles not to view us all over, even to our inmost and most secret ordures. It were a useful decency of our maidenly modesty, could it keep him from this discovery. In fine, whoever could reclaim man from so scrupulous a verbal superstition would do the world no great disservice. Our life is divided betwixt folly and prudence. Whoever will write of it but what is reverend and canonical will leave above the one half behind. I do not excuse myself to myself, and if I did, it should rather be for my excuses that I would excuse myself than for any other fault. I excuse myself of certain humours, which I think are more strong in number than those that are on my side, in consideration of which I will further say this, for I desire to please everyone, though it will be hard to do. Esse unum hominum accommodatum ad tantam morum ac sermonum ac voluntatem varietatem. For a man to conform to such a variety of manners, discourses, and will. Quintus Cicero, De Petitione Consulis, caput 14. That they ought not to condemn me for what I make authorities, received and approved by so many ages, to utter. and that there is no reason that, for want of rhyme, they should refuse me the liberty they allow even to churchmen of our nation and time, and these amongst the most notable, of which here are two of their brisk verses. Rimula disperiam ni monogrammato est. Un vie d'amis, la contente et bien traite. Saint-Gelais, Œuvre poétique, page 99, edition of Lyon, 1574. Besides how many others? I love modesty, and 'tis not out of judgment that I have chosen this scandalous way of speaking. 'Tis nature that has chosen it for me. I commend it not, no more than other forms that are contrary to common use, but I excuse it, and by circumstances both general and particular, alleviate its accusation. End of section 11. Recording by Malone. Section 12 of Essays, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 3, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Upon some verses of Virgil. But to proceed, whence too can proceed the usurpation of sovereign authority you take upon you over the women who favor you at their own expense. Si furtiva dedit mira minuscula nocte, if in the stealthy night she has made strange gifts. Catullus 68, 145. So that you presently assume the interest, coldness, and authority of a husband. 'Tis a free contract. Why do you not then keep to it, as you would have them do? There's no prescription upon voluntary things. 'Tis against the form. But it is true withal that I in my time have conducted this bargain as much as the nature of it would permit, as conscientiously, and with as much colour of justice, as any other contract, and that I never pretended other affection than what I really had, and have truly acquainted them with its birth, vigor, and declination, its fits and intermissions. A man does not always hold on at the same rate. I have been so sparing of my promises that I think I have been better than my word. They have found me faithful even to service of their inconstancy, a confessed and sometimes multiplied inconstancy. I never broke with them, whilst I had any hold at all, and what occasion soever they have given me, never broke with them to hatred or contempt. For such privacies, though obtained upon never so scandalous terms, do yet oblige to some good will. I have sometimes, upon their tricks and evasions, discovered a little indiscreet anger and impatience, for I am naturally subject to rash emotions, which, though light and short, often spoil my market. At any time they have consulted my judgment, I never stuck to give them sharp and paternal counsels, and to pinch them to the quick. If I have left them any cause to complain of me, 'tis rather to have found in me, in comparison of the modern use, a love of foolishly conscientious than anything else. I have kept my word in things wherein I might easily have been dispensed. They sometimes surrendered themselves with reputation, and upon articles that they were willing enough should be broken by the conqueror. I have, more than once, made pleasure in its greatest effort to strike the interest of their honor, and where reason importuned me, I have armed them against myself, so that they ordered themselves more decorously and securely by my rules, when they frankly referred themselves to them, than they would have done by their own. I have ever, as much as I could, wholly taken upon myself alone the hazard of our assignations,
to acquit them, and have always contrived our meetings after the hardest and most unusual manner, as less suspected, and moreover, in my opinion, more accessible. They are chiefly more open where they think they are most securely shut. Things least feared are least interdicted and observed. One may more boldly dare what nobody thinks you dare, which by its difficulty becomes easy. Never had any man his approaches more impertinently generative. This way of loving is more according to discipline, but how ridiculous it is to our people, and how ineffectual. Who better knows than I? Yet I shall not repent me of it. I have nothing there more to lose. Me tabula sacer votiva paries indicat ubida suspendissi potenti vestimenta maris Deo. The holy wall by my votive table shows that I have hanged up my wet clothes in honor of the powerful god of the sea. Horace, Odes 1:5-13. 'Tis now time to speak out, but as I might, peradventure, say to another, thou talkest idly, my friend. The love of thy time has little commerce with faith and integrity. Haec si tu postules rationa certe facere nihil plus agas, quam si de soperam ut cum ratione insanias. If you seek to make these things certain by reason, you will do more than if you should seek to be mad in your senses. Terence, Eunuchus, Act 1, Scene 1, 5:16. On the contrary, also, if it were for me to begin again, certainly it should be by the same method and the same progress, how fruitless soever it might be to me. Folly and insufficiency are commendable in an incommendable action. The farther I go from their humor in this, I approach so much nearer to my own. As to the rest, in this traffic, I did not suffer myself to be totally carried away. I pleased myself in it, but did not forget myself. I retained the little sense and discretion that nature has given me, entire for their service and my own. A little emotion, but no dotage. My conscience also was engaged in it, even to debauch and licentiousness. But as to ingratitude, treachery, malice, and cruelty, never. I would not purchase the pleasure of this vice at any price, but content myself with its proper and simple cost. Nullum intra se vitium est. Nothing is a vice in itself. Seneca, Epistolae 95. I almost equally hate a stupid and slothful laziness, as I do a toilsome and painful employment. This pinches, the other lays me asleep. I like wounds as well as bruises, and cuts as well as dry blows. I found in this commerce, when I was the most able for it, a just moderation betwixt these extremes. Love is a sprightly, lively, and gay agitation. I was neither troubled nor afflicted with it, but heated and moreover disordered. A man must stop there. It hurts nobody but fools. A young man asked the philosopher Panetius if it were becoming a wise man to be in love. "Let the wise man look to that," answered he. "But let not thou and I, who are not so, engage ourselves in so stirring and violent an affair that enslaves us to others and renders us contemptible to ourselves." He said a soul that has not wherewithal to withstand its assaults and disprove practically the saying of Agesilaus, that prudence and love cannot live together. 'Tis a vain employment, 'tis true, unbecoming, shameful, and illegitimate. But carried on after this manner, I look upon it as wholesome, and proper to enliven a drowsy soul and to rouse up a heavy body. And, as an experienced physician, I would prescribe it to a man of my form and condition, as soon as any other recipe whatever, to rouse and keep him in vigor till well advanced in years,
and to defer the approaches of age. Whilst we are but in the suburbs, and that the pulse yet beats, dum nova canet ies, dum primet rectus inectus, dum superest lacesi quod torqueat, et pedibus me porto meis nolo dextram subiunte bacillo. Whilst the white hair is new, whilst old age is still straight-shouldered, while there still remains something for Lachesis to spin, whilst I walk upon my own legs and need no staff to lean upon. Juvenal 3:26. We have need to be solicited and tickled by some such nipping incitation as this. Do but observe what youth, vigor, and gaiety inspired the good Anacreon withal. And Socrates, who was then older than I, speaking of an amorous object, leaning, said he, my shoulder to her shoulder, and my head to hers, as we were reading together in a book, I felt, without dissembling, a sudden sting in my shoulder, like the body of an insect, which I still felt above 5 days after, and a continual itching crept into my heart. So that merely the accidental touch, and of a shoulder, heated and altered a soul, cooled and enerved by age, and the strictest liver of all mankind. And pray, why not? Socrates was a man, and would neither be nor seem any other thing. Philosophy does not contend against natural pleasures, provided they be moderate, and only preaches moderation, not a total abstinence. The power of its resistance is employed against those that are adulterate and strange. Philosophy says that the appetites of the body ought not to be augmented by the mind, and ingeniously warns us not to stir up hunger by saturity, not to stuff instead of merely filling the belly, to avoid all enjoyments that may bring us to want, and all meats and drinks that bring thirst and hunger. As in the service of love, she prescribes us to take such an object as may simply satisfy the body's need, and does not stir the soul, which ought only barely to follow and assist the body, without mixing in the affair. But have I not reason to hold that these precepts, which indeed in my opinion are somewhat over-strict, only concern a body in its best plight, and that in a body broken with age, as in a weak stomach, 'tis excusable to warm and support it by art, and by the mediation of the fancy, to restore the appetite, and cheerfulness it is lost of itself. May we not say that there is nothing in us during this earthly prison that is purely either corporeal or spiritual, and that we injuriously break up a man alive, and that it seems but reasonable that we should carry ourselves as favorably, at least towards the use of pleasure, as we do towards that of pain. Pain was, for example, vehement even to perfection in the souls of the saints by penitence. The body had there naturally a sham by the right of union, and yet might have but little part in the cause. And yet are they not contented that it should barely follow and assist the afflicted soul? They have afflicted itself with grievous and special torments, to the end that by emulation of one another the soul and body might plunge man into misery by so much more salutiferous as it is more severe. In like manner, is it not injustice in bodily pleasures to subdue and keep under the soul, and say that it must therein be dragged along as to some enforced and servile obligation and necessity? 'Tis rather her part to hatch and cherish them, there to present herself and to invite them, the authority of ruling belonging to her. As it is also her part, in my opinion, in pleasures that are proper to her, to inspire and infuse into the body all the sentiment it is capable of, and to study how to make them sweet and useful to it. For it is good reason, as they say, that the body should not pursue its appetites to the prejudice of the mind. But why is it not also the reason that the mind should not pursue hers to the prejudice of the body? I have no other passion to keep me in breath.
What avarice, ambition, quarrels, lawsuits do for others who, like me, have no particular vocation, love would much more commodiously do. It would restore to me vigilance, sobriety, grace, and the care of my person. It would reassure my countenance, so that the grimaces of old age, those deformed and dismal looks, might not come to disgrace it. Would again put me upon sound and wise studies, by which I might render myself more loved and esteemed, clearing my mind of the despair of itself and of its use, and reintegrating it to herself. Would divert me from 1,000 troublesome thoughts, 1,000 melancholic humors that idleness and the ill posture of our health loads us withal at such an age. Would warm again, in dreams at least, the blood that nature is abandoning, would hold up the chin, and a little stretch out the nerves, the vigor and gaiety of life, that poor man who is going full drive towards his ruin. But I very well understand that it is a commodity hard to recover. By weakness and long experience our taste has become more delicate and nice. We ask most when we bring least, and are harder to choose when we least deserve to be accepted. And knowing ourselves for what we are less confident and more distrustful. Nothing can assure us of being beloved, considering our condition and theirs. I am out of countenance to see myself in company with those young wanton creatures. Cuius in indomito constantior inguine nervus, quam nova colibus arbor inhairet. In those unbridled reins the vigor is more inherent than in the young tree on the hill. Horace Epodes, 12:19. To what end should we go insinuate our misery amid their gay and sprightly humor? Possunt ut juvenes visere fervedi, multo non cinerisu, dilaps in ceneres facem. And the fervid youths may behold, not without laughter, a burning torch worn to ashes. Horace Odes 4:13-21. They have strength and reason on their side. Let us give way. We have nothing to do there, and these blossoms of springing beauty suffer not themselves to be handled by such benumbed hands, nor dealt with by mere material means. For as the old philosopher answered one who jeered him because he could not gain the favor of a young girl he made love to, "Friend, the hook will not stick in such soft cheese." It is a commerce that requires relation and correspondence. The other pleasures we receive may be acknowledged by recompense of another nature, but this is not to be paid but with the same kind of coin. In earnest, in this sport, the pleasure I give more tickles my imagination than that they give me. Now, he has nothing of generosity in him who can receive pleasure where he confers none. It must needs be a mean soul that will owe all and can be content to maintain relations with persons to whom he is in a continual charge. There is no beauty, grace, nor privacy so exquisite that a gentleman ought to desire at this rate. If they can only be kind to us out of pity, I had much rather die than live upon charity. I would have right to ask, in the style wherein I heard them beg in Italy, "Fate ben per voi," do good for yourself, or after the manner that Cyrus exhorted his soldiers, "Who loves himself, let him follow me." Consort yourself, someone will say to me, with women of your own condition, whom like fortune will render more easy to your desire. O ridiculous and insipid composition! Nolo barbum velere mortuo leoni. I would not pluck the beard from a dead lion. Martial. Xenophon lays it for an objection and an accusation against Menon that he never made love to any but old women. For my part, I take more pleasure in but with seeing the just and sweet mixture of two young beauties, or only in meditating on it in my fancy, than myself in acting second in a pitiful and imperfect conjunction.
which Cotton renders, than to be myself an actor in the second with a deformed creature. I leave that fantastic appetite to the Emperor Galba, who was only for old, curried flesh, and to this poor wretch. O ego di faciant talem te cenere possem, caraque mutatis oscula ferri comis, amplectique meis corpus non pingui lacertis. Ovid, who, ex Ponto 1449, writes to his wife, "Oh, would the gods arrange that such I might see thee, and bring dear kisses to thy changed locks, and embrace thy withered body with my arms." Amongst chief deformities I reckon forced and artificial beauties. Haemon, a young boy of Chios, thinking by fine dressing to acquire the beauty that nature had denied him, came to the philosopher Arcesilaus and asked him if it was possible for a wise man to be in love. "Yes," replied he, "provided it not be with a farded and adulterated beauty like thine." Diogenes Laertius. The question was whether a wise man could love him. Cotton has Aemonea, young courtesan of Chios. Ugliness of a confessed antiquity is to me less old and less ugly than another that is polished and plastered up. Shall I speak it without the danger of having my throat cut? Love, in my opinion, is not properly and naturally in its season, but in the age next to childhood. Quem si puellarum insereres coro mille sagaces falleret hospites, discrimen obscurum salutis crendibus ambiguoque voltu. Whom if thou shouldst place in a company of girls, it would require 1,000 experts to distinguish him with his loose locks and ambiguous countenance. Horace Odes 2:5-21. Nor beauty neither. For whereas Homer extends it so far as to the budding of the beard, Plato himself has remarked this as rare. And the reason why the sophist Bion so pleasantly called the first appearing of hairs of adolescence Aristogietons and Harmodiuses, Plutarch on Love, chapter 34, is sufficiently known. I find it in virility already in some sort a little out of date, though not so much as in old age. Importunus enim transvolat auridas quercus, for it uncivilly passes over withered oaks. Horace Odes 4:13-9. And Margaret, Queen of Navarre, like a woman, very far extends the advantage of women, ordaining that it is time, at 30 years old, to convert the title of fair into that of good. The shorter authority we give to love over our lives, 'tis so much the better for us. Do but observe his port. 'Tis a beardless boy, who knows not how in his school they proceed contrary to all order, study, exercise, and usage are their ways for insufficiency, their novices rule. Amor ordinem nescit. Love ignores the rules, or love knows no rule. St. Jerome, letter to Chiomatius. Doubtless his conduct is much more graceful when mixed with inadvertency and trouble. Miscarriages and ill successes give him point and grace. Provided it be sharp and eager, 'tis no great matter whether it be prudent or no. Do but observe how he goes reeling, tripping, and playing. You put him in the stocks when you guide him by art and wisdom, and he is restrained of his divine liberty when put into these hairy and callous clutches. As to the rest, I often hear the women set out this intelligence as entirely spiritual, and disdain to put the interest the senses there have into consideration. Everything there serves, but I can say that I have often seen that we excuse the weakness of their understandings in favor of their outward beauty, but have never yet seen that in favor of mind, how mature and full soever, any of them would hold out a hand to a body that was never so little in decadence. Why does not some one of them take it into her head to make that noble Socratical bargain between body and soul, purchasing a philosophical and spiritual intelligence and generation at the price of her thighs, which is the highest price she can get for them? Plato ordains in his laws that he who has performed any signal and advantageous exploit in war may not be refused during the whole expedition, his age or ugliness notwithstanding, a kiss or any other amorous favor from any woman whatever. What he thinks to be so just in recommendation of military valor, why may it not be the same in recommendation of any other good quality? And why does not some woman take a fancy to possess over her companions the glory of this chaste love? I may well say chaste. Nam si quando ad proelia ventest, ut quondam in stipulis magnus sine viribus ignis in casum furit. For when they sometimes engage in love's battle, his sterile ardor lights up but as the flame of a straw. Virgil Georgics 3:98. The vices that are stifled in thought are not the worst. To conclude this notable commentary, which has escaped from me in a torrent of babble, a torrent sometimes impetuous and hurtful, ut missum sponsi fortivo munera malum procurat casto virginus a gremio, quod miserae oblitae molli sub veste locatuat, dum adventu matris procelit excutator, atque illud prono praeceps agitator decursu, huic manat tristi conscius ore rubor. As when an apple, sent by a lover secretly to his mistress, falls from the chaste virgin's bosom, where she had quite forgotten it, when, starting at her mother's coming in, it is shaken out and rolls over the floor before her eyes, a conscious blush covers her face. Catullus 45:19. I say that males and females are cast in the same mold, and that, education and usage accepted, the difference is not great. Plato indifferently invites both the one and the other to the society of all studies, exercises, and vocations, both military and civil, in his commonwealth. And the philosopher Antisthenes rejected all distinction between their virtue and ours. It is much more easy to accuse one sex than to excuse the other. 'Tis according to the saying, Le fourgon se moque de la paelle, the pot and the kettle. End of section 12. Reading by Malone.